Chapter 551. You're talking about the tattoo of the black scorpion? Seito frowned. That's right. Arthur nodded in confirmation and continued to explain. Maybe you didn't notice, but Belsac also has such a tattoo. Belsac? The arsonist? Seito asked in confusion. That's right. Hearing Seito's question, Arthur nodded in confirmation as he remembered that Seito didn't know his name. He then brought the topic back to the topic and explained, that's the unique symbol of another mercenary group, the Fire Scorpion. The Fire Scorpion mercenary group is currently employed by the Black Rose as the target of this mission. What does this have to do with me? Seito asked again. The Fire Scorpion, just like its name, every member is like a black scorpion in the desert. They're aggressive and venomous, and they're vengeful. After treating her wounds, Rebecca looked up at Seito and said, and you just killed 2 of their members. Also, the Fire Scorpion mercenary group has 2 special ability users. One of them is the Hound, who can smell the special energy in the air to track, and the other is the Shadow, who can use his innate senses to determine the general direction and location of the person or thing he's tracking, Arthur continued. And most importantly, Belsac is the younger brother of the leader of the Fire Scorpion mercenary group, Poison Scorpion Belsac. Hearing the two's explanation, Seito finally frowned. Tell me about the Fire Scorpion mercenary group, Seito said after a while. Okay. Arthur and Rebecca looked at each other. The Fire Scorpion mercenary group is similar to the Black Rose. They're one of the special mercenary groups. They're made up of 11 members with different abilities. Apart from a Steel Guy, Charlie, and Arsonist Belsard, there's also Hound Garcia, a Shadow Follower Arabella, Poison Scorpion Belsard, Transvestite Dewey, Digital Command Dunlop, Red Rose Elsie, Herculean Mars, Fast Gunner Spunk, and Deadly Lover Elaton. Arthur paused for a moment and asked Seito to memorize the names before continuing with the introduction. Leader, Poison Scorpion, a B-class pinnacle mutated poison fire paranormal. The flames he emits are similar to magma. Moreover, it's full of poison, so you have to pay attention to the changes in the air at all times during battle. Shapeshifter Dewey, a sea-level shape-shifting paranormal. He can transform into any substance with a mass no greater than his body weight that he has come in contact with. However, under normal circumstances, he would disguise himself as someone else to obtain all kinds of information. That's how I got the title Transvestite. Digital Command Dunlop, a sea-level electromagnetic manipulation paranormal. He can control all kinds of electrical appliances and electronic tools with his mind. He can also manipulate humans to a certain extent. Red Rose Elsie, a sea-level perfume manipulation paranormal. She can affect human senses, create hallucinations, and influence their actions by controlling their fragrance. Her special feature is that she always carries an unusually fragrant red rose with her. Herculean Mars, a D-level physical manipulation paranormal. He can control his body to unleash a force 10 times greater than a human's. It's said that he once used his arms to pull a small cruiser somewhere. I don't know if it's true or not. Oh right. He's a skinny guy. He's very, very skinny and very heavy. Arthur reminded. Fast Gunner Spunk. He's not a paranormal like Rebecca, but he's good at shooting. Even a sea-level paranormal can get hurt or killed if they're not careful. Arthur looked at Rebecca, who was sitting on the sofa, and introduced. Itose also looked at Rebecca. He remembered that she had used a high-end gunfu technique, gunfighting. Finally, Deadly Lover Layton, a D-level poison paranormal. She's female and very sexy. Arthur chuckled and introduced. She can control her body to secrete all kinds of toxins, including some that can make people fall in love with her immediately after smelling it, but die silently after 10 minutes. That's all about the Fire Scorpion mercenaries. Arthur concluded. Seito carefully memorized this information in his mind. He then looked up and asked Arthur curiously, "What's with those titles? You don't know?" Arthur looked at Seito strangely. "Yes." Seito nodded and admitted. "That's right. You're an Asian. Other than Russia and India, the other countries don't have an official organization." When he saw the color of Seito's hair, Arthur said in realization, "It's like this. In Europe and America, other than the official organizations, there are also organizations like the Bounty Union that provide missions for people like us. These titles are the nicknames you registered in the Bounty Union, or the titles the Bounty Union gave you based on your mission records." Bounty Union? Looks like it's another organization with deep root. Seito thought to himself. He then asked, "But won't our personal abilities be exposed from our titles? Although there's such a drawback, you won't think that way when you know the benefits of getting a title." Arthur smiled and said, "Titles are also divided into levels. Just like supernatural abilities, they're divided into 7 levels. S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Among them, E and F are the lowest. Other than having an advantage in choosing missions, they basically have no other use. However, it was different after reaching D rank. Starting from D rank, not only would the title give you more advantages in choosing missions, but it would also grant you the right to purchase certain resources within the Union. For example, some special items that were only available to the various major powers would also be available within the Union. The higher the title, the better the items you could purchase, and the greater the discount you would receive. Especially after reaching B level, you can spend a certain amount of points to mobilize the Union's resources to serve you. You have to know that the Union's influence is spread all over Europe, America, and Africa. It's easy to imagine how powerful it is. What are points? Seito asked again. Every time you accept a mission, according to the satisfaction of the employer, a certain amount of points will be given to the person who accepts the mission. Once you accumulate enough points, you can exchange them for another kind of authority in the Union and purchase supplies in the Union. Of course, if you have a skill, you can also accept some special missions in the Union to earn a lot of points. Arthur explained. This Bounty Union's organizational structure is quite strict. Seito thought. Then he looked at Arthur and Rebecca and asked curiously, "Do you two have titles? What are they?" "Yes, my title is Romantic Swordsman, and Rebecca's is Gunpowder," Arthur said proudly. Hearing Arthur's title, Seito was stunned speechless. At the same time, he thought to himself, how shameless. "All right, we've stayed here for a while. We should go back and find the leader." Arthur put away the expression on his face and said. But when he spoke, he kept looking at Seito, as if he was waiting for Seito to ask to go with them. After all, whether it was the short hostility in Japan or the observation just now, Seito was definitely very strong. If they could bring him back to the headquarters, even if they couldn't convince Seito to join the team, it would be a good thing for him to help out since they were both enemies of Fire Scorpion. After all, with the help of an additional expert, the strength of their side would increase by a bit. At the same time, their safety would be increased by a bit, and the sacrifices during the mission would be reduced by a bit. "Okay, goodbye." Seito ignored the expectation in Arthur's eyes and nodded. A look of regret flashed across Arthur's face when he heard that. He then called Rebecca to walk out of the building. At this moment, Seito suddenly called out, "Oh right." Hearing Seito's voice, Arthur's face lit up with joy. He quickly turned to look at Seito and asked, "What is it? Can you tell me the address of the Bounty Union in France?" Seito asked. "Okay." Arthur's disappointed expression disappeared in a flash. He nodded and walked back to the table. He took a piece of paper and a pen and wrote in English. After a while, he tossed the pen aside and handed the paper to Seito. "This is the address of the Bounty Union." "Thanks." Seito took the paper and thanked him. Bye. Then the two waved at Seito and turned to leave the room, disappearing completely in a short while. Fire Scorpion, huh? I was going to stay in the main world for a while and see the customs of various countries before entering the dimensional world to collect items. But since that's the case, I'll enter the dimensional world now. After the two disappeared, Seito turned and walked out of the room. He went to the room on the top floor of the abandoned factory and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me to this world. Standing in the void, Seito used his mind to transmit a world that was more suitable for him to the Rubik's Cube. Search begins. After receiving the information provided by Seito, the Rubik's Cube immediately sent out a probe. At the cost of a certain amount of world power, it searched all the dimensional worlds in order to find the world that Seito wanted. Search complete. Soon, the Rubik's Cube's information was sent back to Seito's mind. Transmission begins. As the Rubik's Cube's description disappeared, the pitch-black void suddenly cracked open. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the void and pulled Seito, who was suspended below it, toward the center of the vortex. Almost in the next moment, Seito's figure suddenly turned into a 7-colored stream of light and disappeared into the center of the vortex. Chapter 552. At this time, the vortex that had completed the task of grafting the channel slowly slowed down its rotation and disappeared into the void again, becoming an almost indiscernible blurry image that stayed there. Crackle, crackle. Followed by the sound of glass breaking, Seito, whose figure was illusory and real, appeared in a forest in the new world. Phew! After a while, the fog that wrapped around Seito's body suddenly shrank and completely disappeared into Seito's body in just 1 or 2 seconds. At this time, Seito's body, which had been illusory and real, finally completely solidified. Then, Seito shook his hand and threw out a pile of white paper, which turned into a paper airplane in front of him. He jumped on the back of the paper airplane and let it carry him into the sky, flying toward the nearest city. This time, he was lucky. The place where he appeared was relatively close to the city, and he had a paper airplane instead of walking. He didn't need to use taijutsu to travel through the forest at high speed like before, so it didn't take long for Ito-sei to enter the city without any obstacles. However, Seito did not stop there. Instead, he continued to fly in the city, checking the situation of the entire city. That's the Tokyo Tower, right? In other words, I'm now in the Tokyo city of this world. Seito turned his head to look at the Tokyo Tower that stood in the center of the city. The exterior of the tower was painted red, and he thought to himself, if that's the case, I have to keep a low profile in Tokyo. After all, the headquarters of that organization is here. Before I get enough benefits from them, it's not good to be their enemy. Moreover, there are 3 level 7s and 1 level SIXS. If I really fight them, it seems like I'll be at a disadvantage. By the way, how are the super degrees in this world divided? Seito retracted his gaze and frowned. He recalled with a slight frown. That's right, super degree 1. It's the degree to which those who are stationary or have special senses towards superpowers can detect. Soon, Seito thought to himself with a look of realization. Esper degree 2. This is something that most people can detect, reaching the level of shaking doors and windows. Super degree 3. This is the degree to which the house is shaking, electric lights, and other suspended objects are shaking violently. Supernatural degree 4. Even if vases or other objects toppled over, the people in the middle of the journey would be able to sense it. Everyone would be frightened to the extent that they would flee to the outside. However, thinking of this, Ito-sei frowned again. He thought to himself, with this description, the superpower has already reached the level of causing a small earthquake. It is somewhat similar to the level 4 superpower degree of tactical value in the army in Magic Seal. I just don't know if this description of the earthquake is as big as the level 4 superpower in Magic Seal. But I don't think so. Seito compared them with uncertainty. After a short while, he once again sorted out the level descriptions at the back. Esper degree 5, Seito thought to himself. Walls cracked, tombstones toppled. This is still within the LV4 range of Magical Seal. Esper degree 6, houses below 3% are destroyed, causing landslides and earth to crack. Seito pondered and said, I still don't know the specific range of this description. Is it within a country or the entire world? But no matter which one it is, the strength is definitely beyond the level 4 ability in Magic Seal and has reached level 5 ability. Lastly, Esper degree 7. Everything on the surface is destroyed and objects are flying in the air. This is definitely not worse than Accelerator, Seito exclaimed. At this moment, a faint noise came from the street below, causing him to organize his thoughts while sitting on the paper airplane. Seito, who let it fly, attracted his attention. On the ground below, a large number of ordinary people gathered behind the yellow and white striped police tape. Their faces were filled with curiosity and fear as they looked at the riot police standing guard in front of a shopping mall whose windows were all shattered. This scene, if I remember correctly, seems to be the first scene of the anime. Looks like I entered at just the right time. Seito, who saw the situation below, thought to himself. Then, with a thought, he controlled the paper airplane to slowly float down and hover more than 10 meters above the riot police, quietly observing the development of the situation. Soon, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, and 3 young girls wearing blue long-sleeved shirts and white pleated short skirts suddenly appeared beside the riot police. They were talking to a burly man in a brown suit who looked about 50 years old standing in the middle. They're here. There are only 3 level 7 ability users in Japan in this world. They belong to the Esper Support Research Institute and the ESP Management Institute, Babel. They're all only 10 years old psychokinesis user, Kaoru Akashi, teleportation ability user, Okinogami, and sensory ability user Amiya Zihue. Looking at the 3 girls with short red hair who looked like a tomboy, long black hair, and frameless square glasses on their faces, Seito thought to himself. Then, the 3 girls walked into the destroyed building with a bored expression and began their mission. But not long after, there was a loud boom. Not only did the top floor of the destroyed building disappear, but even the top of the surrounding high-rise buildings also disappeared to varying degrees. Then, before the short-haired girl could do anything, another high-rise building not far from the destroyed building suddenly collapsed and crashed to the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Level 7 psychokinesis is really scary. Seito, who saw everything that happened, sighed softly. Hey, who are you? At this time, because of the change in their vision, the 3 girls finally saw Seito sitting on the back of the paper airplane floating in the air. Kaoru Akashi, who was more impulsive, immediately asked, Don't worry, I'm not the criminal's accomplice. Seito smiled and said to the 3 girls, It's not up to you to decide if you're an accomplice or not. The voice first came from afar, then suddenly sounded in Seito's ears. Then, Kaoru Akashi, Okinogami, and Miya Zihue all appeared beside Seito. Miya Zihue pressed her hand on Seito's arm and said. At the same time, a strange spiritual wave suddenly appeared in Seito's mind, stirring up his brain activity. Seito knew that Miya Zihue was using contact sensing to probe his thoughts. He immediately mobilized his spiritual power and set up layers of spiritual defense on the surface of his brain, blocking Miya Zihue's spiritual perception. After setting up the defense, Seito flicked Miya Zihue's forehead and said with a smile, Little girl, it's not good to eavesdrop on adults' thoughts. TSK. Miya Zihue retracted her hand and turned her face away while covering her forehead with her hand. Let's go down quickly. If we don't go down now, The old man down there is going to go crazy. Sei Ito pointed at the tall man and the beautiful woman who were looking up at them. Sei Ito said, and with a thought, a large amount of paper flew out from the bottom of the paper airplane. One by one, they formed a paper staircase that connected from the side of the paper airplane to the ground. Let's go down, Miyazihue said softly to Oki Nogami and Karu Akashi. Then, the three of them walked to the front of the paper staircase and walked down step by step. After a while, when they all stood on the ground, the paper staircase suddenly exploded and rushed back to the bottom of the paper airplane. Cute little guys, see you next time, Sei Ito shouted at the three people below. Then, with a thought, he controlled the paper airplane to fly away at high speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The time just now was too short. I couldn't record their mental fluctuations at all. It seems like I have to continue with my original plan. While collecting the DNA samples of the awakened espers in this world and recruiting some espers into the Rubik's Cube world, I have to deal with the mental fluctuations of telekinesis and teleportation. On a street, Sei Ito ignored the passers-by and jumped off the paper airplane. He reached out and took the paper that automatically turned into a thick book into his hand and put it into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, I have to follow the progress of the plot. While waiting for Babel to develop those things, I have to ask Professor Asmo from Plant to decipher the genetic composition, study the changes in the brain, and develop the genetic evolution medicine. After that, Sei Ito began to search the street. Although the superpowers in this world have been overflowing to a certain extent, Ito Sei didn't know why. After searching carefully for a day, he couldn't find half a superpower. He could only find a corner with a regretful face and enter the Rubik's Cube world to rest. On the second day, he continued to search for espers while heading to Babel's headquarters. He wanted to see if he could hack into the headquarters and obtain some research data about espers. After a long while, Ito-sei, who still hadn't met any superhumans on the street, finally arrived outside the huge 30-story Babel headquarters. He began to walk around the building and observe with purpose. The walls of Babel's headquarters were very thick. Sei Ito sensed that they were more than 70 centimeters thick. They were also filled with high-density cement. Even a missile couldn't penetrate them. The windows on the side were the same. They were made of 5-centimeter thick bulletproof glass and high-hardness aluminum alloy frames. They completely protected the bottom of Babel's headquarters. They are so rich. How much tax did they use to build this? No wonder the National Assembly in the anime often cut off Babel's operating funds, Sei Ito said softly. Then, Sei Ito shook his hand and summoned a pile of paper to form a paper airplane. He then flew up to the top floor. I can't destroy the bottom floor, but I don't believe that the top floor is still so heavily guarded, Sei Ito thought to himself as he flew up to the top floor. Chapter 553. P.S. Thank you to Spectator of the Grey World, Yenxian Yen, 4-Leaf Wuiwe, and NXCX for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany and 157747860 for their tip. 30 floors wasn't very high. It was less than 100 meters tall, and it would take less than 2 minutes to get to the top of the Babel building using a paper airplane. Therefore, Sei Ito arrived at the helipad at the top of the building in less than a minute. The defense here is really lax. Sei Ito sighed as he stepped on the helipad. He turned around and walked to the door. He used alchemy to open the door and walked in. Behind the door was a straight corridor with a slight slope. The ceiling was illuminated by a white light. The corridor wasn't long. It was less than 10 meters long. With Sei Ito's speed, it only took him a dozen steps to reach the inside of the Babel building. Sei Ito walked along the marble path and passed through the unoccupied upper floors. He arrived at the floor where the staff were. However, there were too many staff in the Babel building, and they were all from different floors and departments. Therefore, not all the staff in the Babel building knew each other. Therefore, Seito didn't disguise himself at all. He walked around the building like a normal staff member and looked for the room he wanted. However, the Babel building was not only an office building, but also a staff dormitory. Many homeless superhumans and staff members who were stationed in Babel lived here. Therefore, Itose had to go to several floors to find a place to stay. He went to the cafeteria, dormitory, bathroom, and other places. He didn't even find a data room or an inspection center. It seems like all the important departments are gathered in the middle of the Babel building. Seito couldn't find what he wanted. He walked to the elevator on the floor he was on and called for it. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened in front of Seito. Itose stepped into the elevator and pressed the button to go to the middle floor of the building. He leaned on the handrail at the innermost end of the elevator and quietly felt the slight weightlessness brought by the elevator's descent. Ding! A moment later, the elevator finally arrived at the designated floor with a soft ring. The door opened to both sides. Immediately, 4 to 5 men and women gathered outside the elevator. They were talking and laughing with each other. Seito saw them. Itose ignored them and walked directly through the passage that they spontaneously made way for him. That person was. Just as Seito walked out of the elevator and turned to leave, a woman wearing nude stockings, a dark reddish-brown short skirt and top, and a pink blouse with a big collar appeared. The collar was slightly open, revealing the beautiful curves and cleavage inside. She wore a small pendant necklace around her neck. She had dark brown natural wavy hair. She held a folder in front of her chest and walked quickly to the elevator. The beautiful woman looked at Seito's profile and stopped. She muttered with a puzzled look, "Captain Cypress, don't you want to come up?" While she was in a daze, a female staff member in the elevator shouted, "Sorry, I'll be right there." The woman named Cypress quickly shouted and walked quickly to the elevator. She stepped inside. "Captain Cypress, which floor do you want to go to?" The woman who called Cypress into the elevator asked. "The 28th floor," Cypress said. The woman nodded and pressed the round button with the number 28. "I remember." Just as the elevator began to rise, Cypress, who had been absent-minded, suddenly shouted. She apologized while squeezing the crowd around her. She picked up the emergency phone in the elevator and dialed it. "Director, it's not good. Someone invaded the headquarters building. Quickly inform the headquarters defense team." Cypress hurriedly shouted into the phone. "What?" Hearing Cypress's words, a man's heavy voice immediately came out of the phone. "Yes, it's the person we saw outside the XX building yesterday. He is currently on the 17th floor and is heading to the mirror examination room." Cypress quickly said, "I know." The man on the phone responded and then hung up the phone. "This is the mirror examination room that records all the medical examination information of Babel Espers." Looking at the sign above the door frame with the words, "5th Examination Room," written on it, Seito thought, "I remember there is a level 6 contact Esper inside. He seems to be a playboy doctor named Sien Mu." Thinking of this, Seito reached for the door handle and gently pushed the door open. "Don't move, put your hands up." As soon as the door opened, a young man with a height of about 1.7 meters, with crab-like sideburns, bronze skin, and wearing a white coat, held a pistol in both hands and shouted at Seito, who pushed the door open. "It seems that I was discovered. What bad luck." Seito sighed and said, "Hurry up, put your hands up and face the wall." The young man, Sien Mu, shouted again. At this time, outside the door that was not yet closed, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the empty corridor, quickly approaching the door. "Sorry, I don't plan to be caught," Seito said and immediately used shrink. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sien Mu. He quickly raised his left arm and heavily hit Sien Mu's wrist. The powerful force made his hands uncontrollably rise up and pointed the muzzle at the ceiling. Then Seito reached out with his right hand and hooked Xian Mu's neck, pulling him into his arms. His left knee bent and heavily struck Xian Mu's chest. Ugh! The pain in his chest immediately caused Xian Mu to instinctively let out a painful groan. Then Seito retracted his leg and pulled back. At the same time, his left hand flipped over and grabbed Xian Mu's wrists. His right foot moved forward, and his right arm changed from hooking to grabbing. He twisted his body and bent over to press Xian Mu to the ground, then grabbed his hands behind his back. Bang! Xian Mu's face collided with the metal floor, making a muffled sound. Unfortunately, now is not the time, Seito said with some regret. Then, before Xian Mu could ask any questions, he bent his finger and pressed on an acupuncture point on his neck. He knocked him out. Unfortunately, I can't take these things away. Seito straightened up. He glanced at the optical screen composed entirely of lasers and the electronic equipment connected to it and said regretfully. Then, he stepped out of the door. Don't move. Raise your hands. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the guards surrounding the door, wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, and holding light machine guns, pointed their muzzles at Seito and shouted. Seito smiled slightly when he saw this. He slowly raised his hands above his head, but just as the guards were distracted by his hands, 2 unlocked grenades suddenly fell to the ground and rolled towards the guards on both sides with a clang-clang sound. Get down. At this time, a guard who heard the sound turned his gaze over and shouted with a changed expression. Immediately, all the guards leaped back and lay prone on the ground to protect their vitals, preparing to receive the impact and damage of the grenade's explosion. Boom boom! 2 loud sounds immediately rang out in the corridor when everyone was ready. Blazing flames instantly appeared in the corridor, enveloping Seito's figure. Crackle crackle! At this time, there was a sudden sound of glass shattering. Seito, who was wrapped in smoke, jumped out of the broken window. In midair, he summoned countless pieces of paper to form a paper airplane under him and flew high into the sky. Stop! But before Ito Seiji could fly away, a clear female voice came from the broken window. Stop! Then, a cute girl wearing a light yellow sweater, a white pleated skirt, and a dark green beret appeared at the window. She had long black hair and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. She stretched out her hands and shouted at Seito. In an instant, Itsunari felt that his body was covered with a layer of strange power. The paper airplane that he was sitting on hovered in midair and couldn't move. LV6 Psychokinesis Ability User Omazaki Naomi. Seito looked at the girl and said, "Ha, let's see where you can run to." At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a khaki suit suddenly appeared next to Omazaki Naomi. He put his hands on his waist and laughed. "Naomi, bring him back." "Yes, Director." Omazaki Naomi responded and immediately used her psychokinesis to pull Seito to the window of the building. Seito heard her and laughed lightly. He suddenly unleashed all of his psychic power and formed a turbulent flow of psychic power to disturb Omazaki Naomi's psychic waves. In an instant, Seito felt the situation around him change. Although he still couldn't completely get rid of the psychokinesis suppression, he could at least regain some of his freedom. He immediately controlled the paper airplane to fly far away. "Omazaki Naomi, I'll see you next time." Seito turned around and shouted at Omazaki Naomi as he gradually left the Babel headquarters building. That's why it's said that breaking into the enemy's headquarters is a laborious task. Seito had just used up a lot of his psychic power to get rid of the LV6 psychokinesis suppression and escape into the distance when a Babel military helicopter flew in front of him and hovered there. Behind Seito, Omazaki Naomi, who had flown out of the Babel headquarters, was also rushing toward him. "Sai, why do you have to force me?" Seito sighed softly. In the next moment, a large amount of paper flew out from the bottom of the paper airplane. They were like sharp blades flying toward the military helicopter in front of him and Umazaki Naomi, who was hovering nearby. The paper flying toward Umazaki Naomi was blocked by her psychokinesis shield. Muffled sounds could be heard coming from the shield. When the paper flew to both sides, Sei Ito immediately controlled the paper airplane to leave the scene. It dragged 2 long paper tails as it landed on the ground not far away. After a moment, as all the paper flew out, Sei Ito, who had no support, jumped to the ground. Fortunately, he was only a few meters above the ground. Even without any support, Sei Ito could withstand the rebound of the impact and land safely. Bang! A few seconds later, Sei Ito's feet landed heavily on the ground. When he landed, the airflow caused the dust on the ground around him to be blown away. Then, Sei Ito straightened up and waved at the direction of the Babel building with a smile. He turned around and quickly left the place. Soon, he disappeared into the crowd and the traffic. Resisting psychokinesis really consumes a lot of mental power. On a busy street, Sei Ito sat by the side of a potted well on the side of the road. He reached out and gently rubbed his forehead that was throbbing because of the violent outburst of mental power. He sighed. Fortunately, today is the day that the 3 LV7s are on vacation. If it was Akashi Kaoru, using pure mental power to resist psychokinesis of that level, she might really be caught. Although I do want to go to the superpower prison in this world and catch those prisoners as human test subjects for my superpower experiments. Sei Ito put down his hand and thought to himself as he looked at the crowd on the street. At this time, Sei Ito's wandering eyes suddenly stopped and he muttered happily, "Oh, I'm so lucky." Then, he stood up from the potted well and walked toward a teenager who looked to be only 14 or 15 years old, who was snickering not far away. "What's so funny? Can you tell me about it?" Sei Ito, who came to the teenager's side, reached out his hand and grabbed his shoulder. He looked at the teenager, who turned his head with a puzzled face and smiled. "Bastard, who are you?" When he saw Sei Ito's face and realized that he didn't know him, he immediately shouted with a fierce face. As he said that, he reached out and grabbed Sei Ito's hand that was grabbing his shoulder. Then, an electric light suddenly emerged from the teenager's palm and electrocuted Sei Ito's flesh on the back of his hand. "If you're playing with electricity, you're still not good enough." Sei Ito ignored the slight numbness coming from his hand and chuckled. An electric light also emerged from his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it penetrated the teenager's body and made his hair stand on end. Ha! The electric shock left as quickly as it came. Before the boy could even scream, it had already ended. If it weren't for the faint green smoke rising from his body and the tightness on his scalp, the boy would have thought that what he had just experienced was an illusion. "Are you a superpower agent?" the teenager asked with a depressed face. "No." Sei Ito extended his arm and grabbed the teenager's neck as he led him to a cold drink shop not far away. The teenager, who had learned his lesson, didn't resist and silently let Sei Ito take him forward. "Welcome." As the glass door automatically opened, a waitress in a black and white female outfit bowed to the two of them. "Sir, what would you like?" After Sei Ito and the teenager sat down, the waitress asked. "Give me a glass of ice water and a glass of juice for him." Sei Ito smiled at the waitress. "Okay." The waitress replied and turned around to leave the two of them. "What's your name?" Sei Ito looked at the teenager and asked. Chapter 554. Sekai Yuta, the young man replied honestly. "You look like 14 or 15 years old. Why didn't you go to school?" Sei Ito nodded and asked again. Sekai Yuta curled his lips and turned his head to look out the window without answering. "Customer, here is what you ordered." At this time, the waitress who went to the counter to get the things came back to the two and leaned over to put the water and juice on the wooden tray in front of Sei Ito and Sekai Yuta. "Please enjoy." After putting the things down, the waitress politely greeted and left with the tray to greet other customers. "Where is your family?" Itose probably guessed the reason why Kenta Seikine didn't want to answer the question just now. It was nothing more than the fear and rejection of ordinary people to people with superpowers. It made him unwilling to go to school, so he didn't continue to ask and asked other questions. "Who are you, a police officer?" Seikine Yuta frowned and looked at Sei Ito impatiently. "No." Sei Ito didn't care about Seikine Yuta's attitude and said with a chuckle, "But now you are my captive. Shouldn't I ask some questions?" When he heard Sei Ito's words, Seikine Yuta was silent. After a while, he turned his head to the side and said softly, "I am an orphan." "Very good." Sei Ito, who got the answer, said to Seikine Yuta with a smirk. Then he continued in an announcement tone, "Then from now on, you are my subordinate." For Sei Ito's jumpy thoughts, Seikine Yuta completely didn't understand. He could only look at him with a stunned face. "You aren't a member of some criminal organization, are you?" "After a while," Yizichin said. After a while, Seikine Yuta, who came back to his senses, looked at Sei Ito strangely and said, "Not now, in the future, it is not certain." Sei Ito picked up the cup in front of him, took a sip, and smiled. Next, the two drank the things in the cup in silence, paid the bill, and left the cold drink shop together. "Do you have anything else to pack?" Standing at the door of the cold drink shop, Sei Ito turned to look at Seikine Yuta and asked, "What do you mean?" Seikine Yuta looked up at Sei Ito with a surprised face and asked, "Because I am going to send you to another place later, so if there is anything important left, get it back quickly. Otherwise, there will be no chance in the future," explained Sei Ito. Seikine Yuta's SS face? Seikine Yuta's, and look, he was Yuta's Sei Yuta S's. And Seikine Yuta and Sei Ito looked at each other in silence for a moment, then their bodies suddenly relaxed, and they lowered their heads in frustration, as if their lives were no longer bright. "Resigned to your fate?" Sei Ito asked with a smile. "I don't have anything to pack. So where do you want to take me? Let's go now," Seikine Yuta said in a low tone. "That's good, it saves me the trouble." Sei Ito nodded seriously, grabbed Seikine Yuta's arm, and pulled Seikine Yuta, who was walking mechanically, to the alley next to the cold drink shop. They entered the Rubik's Cube world together and appeared in the biological laboratory of Plant. Emma. Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared in the laboratory, was sitting on a chair. The short-haired woman leisurely drinking coffee called, "Master." Hearing the greeting, Emma immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice, and then immediately stood up from her seat and greeted respectfully. "Emma, this is Seikine Yuta, just like Red Lotus before. He's a new experimental assistant, and he'll be under your care." Sei Ito pulled Seikine Yuta to his side and introduced him. Hearing Sei Ito's introduction, Emma nodded. Then she walked to Seikine Yuta with a gentle face, leaned forward slightly, pressed her left hand on her thigh, and extended her right hand in front of Seikine Yuta with a smile. "Hello, Seikine Yuta. I'm Emma, your person in charge from now on. Please take care of me." Seikine Yuta, who was blushing from Emma's gentle smile, looked at Sei Ito beside him, and after seeing his smile, he nervously reached out to hold Emma's hand and stuttered, Hello, I am Seikine Yuta, please take care of me." Seeing Seikine Yuta's reaction, Emma immediately chuckled. "Looks like you guys will get along well in the future." Sei Ito chuckled at their reactions, then ignored Seikine Yuta, whose face was even redder, and turned to Emma. "Yuta is a superpower user, similar to Red Lotus's Kekii Genkai, but the way it works is completely different. It's achieved by relying on the waves of the brain." Then he looked at Seikine Yuta and said, "Yuta, cast your superpower on the ground." Seikine Yuta, who knew that he wasn't sent to a criminal organization to receive terrifying training, was in a much better mood. After hearing the order, he immediately cast his superpower on the alloy ground. In an instant, a large electric current suddenly jumped out of Sekai Yuta's palm and bombarded the ground. However, the alloy ground's conductivity wasn't good, so as soon as the electric current hit the ground, it scattered into countless electric sparks and quickly bounced in all directions, disappearing into the air in a short while. So when you guys are collecting data, pay more attention to the changes in the brain waves and the situation of the brain. This may give you a better understanding of the brain. Seito once again looked at Emma, who was observing the ground, and said, "Yes, sir." Emma nodded in response. "The goal is still the same, strive to develop the corresponding evolution medicine," Seito said again. Then, without waiting for Emma's response, he waved his hand to summon a piece of white paper and a pen in his hand and lowered his head to write. After a while, Seito handed the paper filled with words and time to Sekai Yuta and said, "This is the training plan I roughly designed based on your ability. You will train according to this in the future." Sekai Yuta, who received the specific training plan for the first time, responded in a daze. "Don't be in a daze, we still have something to do before I leave." Seito reached out and patted Sekai Yuta's head with a smile, then said to the somewhat confused Sekai Yuta, "Follow me." As he spoke, he took Sekai Yuta through another door in the room into the ability test field that was rebuilt after Red Lotus sent it here. "Wait for a while and do as I say." Standing in the test field, Seito looked at Sekai Yuta and said, "Got it." Sekai Yuta responded. After receiving the answer, Seito turned to the transparent glass beside him and made an OK gesture. Emma, who was behind the glass, immediately turned on the various instruments in front of her and monitored Sekai Yuta's data. "Cast your superpower on the alloy wall." After Emma returned an OK gesture, Seito slowly released his mental power and shrouded Sekai Yuta's body. He pointed at the alloy wall opposite him and said, Sekai Yuta, who received the instruction, didn't talk nonsense and immediately stimulated his superpower to cast it on the wall. At this time, Seito began to slightly adjust his mental power and moved the fluctuation frequency closer to Sekai Yuta's frequency. Of course, it was naturally impossible to succeed if it was only once, but with Sekai Yuta as an example, he kept releasing his superpower in front of him for Seito to simulate. As long as Seito wasn't stupid, or the fluctuation was unique, there would always be a time when it would succeed. Therefore, time paid off. After Sekai Yuta's demonstration of casting his superpower more than 10 or 20 times, Seito finally succeeded in mastering Sekai Yuta's mental fluctuations and obtained the electric discharge ability. "Okay, take a rest." Seito stopped the tired and panting Sekai Yuta. Then Seito led Sekai Yuta back to the laboratory and handed him to Emma. "Arrange a room for him to rest. As for his identity information, register it in your laboratory." "Okay." Emma nodded in agreement. After that, Seito nodded to Emma and Sekai Yuta and left the laboratory in a flash. He returned to the room in the central area and sat down cross-legged. He began to filter the mental fluctuations copied from Sekai Yuta, eliminating the mental fluctuations that belonged to Sekai Yuta himself, leaving only the fluctuation frequency related to the ability. As for Sekai Yuta's mental frequency, Seito had already copied it from the mental fluctuations he naturally emitted when he was in the cold drink shop. Therefore, excluding the work, it wasn't difficult. The only thing that was required was patience. About an hour later, Seito, whose forehead was covered in sweat, exhaled a long breath and finally completed the separation of the mental fluctuations. Pure mental control is really King tiring. Seito looked down at the electric light emitted from his palm and said to himself, "It's a pity that the ability is only level 3. If I want to level up quickly, besides self-training, I can only find another person who can release electricity to copy it. And the only person I know who is the best at playing video games in this world is Amida Naomi. Sure enough, there's still a long way to go. While sighing, Seito flipped his hand and summoned a coin into the air. He activated the electric discharge ability and bounced it on the coin that was flipping and falling. With a whoosh sound, a blue and white light beam immediately shot out from Seito's fingertips and shot out of the room. Although I'm not as good as Misaka Mikoto, I can now pretend to be an electric shock user. Seito entertained himself. Then, with a change of mind, he once again appeared in the alley next to the cold drink shop. He slowly walked to the street and blended into the crowd. Now that Babel should have withdrawn the alert, it's time to go back and monitor the situation of Babel's personnel. After all, whether it's telekinesis, teleportation, or mental sensing ability, the fastest way to get them is to follow the plot. Seito pondered. Chapter 555. After making up his mind, Seito didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and walked back to the Babel headquarters. Seito's original location wasn't far from the Babel headquarters, so it only took him about 10 minutes to return to the main entrance of the Babel headquarters. He casually found a place to sit down, and while thinking about how to upgrade his electric discharge ability, he also paid attention to Babel's situation. In fact, the people with superpowers in the absolute pitiful world were luckier than most of the superpower world. In the absolute pitiful world, not only could superpowers be improved through cultivation, but they could also have multiple superpowers if they were lucky enough. This was basically impossible in worlds like the Forbidden Book of Magic, X-Men, and Superpower Wars. In those worlds, it was almost an iron rule for a person to only have one superpower. Other than by how in the Superpower Wars world, no one had ever found anyone who had multiple superpowers. However, this was a common occurrence in the absolute pitiful world, where all kinds of special powers could be synthesized and were not weaker than a pure LV7 superpower user. In this way, Seito's body crackled from time to time, and in the blink of an eye, it was already nighttime. A military helicopter directly under Babel took off from the Babel headquarters and rushed into the distance. Seeing this, Seito immediately stopped the deduction in his mind. He waved his hand and made a pile of paper into a paper airplane. He then flew behind the Babel helicopter. After a while, Seito, who was following the Babel helicopter, arrived near a gas station. He arrived here. Seito, who knew that he couldn't follow the helicopter anymore, decisively lowered his altitude and jumped to the ground. Then, he stretched out his hand and took the paper that naturally turned into a thick book. He hugged it with one arm and moved closer to the gas station. I remember this scene is from the first half of the second episode of the anime plot. There are no superpower criminals in it. Seito, who came to the gas station, looked at the busy figures of the firefighters and a young man wearing a black trench coat. He was looking down at the data presented on the laptop screen in his hand. He thought to himself, and that man is one of the protagonists of this world. They are both Honkoi. But in this case, it's better for me to leave this place. I don't want to wait for the 3 level 7 superpowers to come and catch me as a criminal. After thinking about it, Seito didn't hesitate. He directly turned around and left the gas station, took the paper airplane, and flew back to the Babel headquarters. Not long after he left, the 3 girls' figures suddenly appeared on a tall building near the gas station. Nothing. After a night of rest, Itosei's spirit was restored. He once again left the magic cube world and sat down in another place, and continued to monitor Babel's situation. But after a day, other than Kaoru Akashi's head being affected by the gas station explosion last night, which caused her superpower to go out of control, nothing else happened. This made Itosei bored for the whole day, and pondered about the matter of the discharge ability. The next few days were the same. Although Babel sent helicopters and support vehicles from time to time, they were all major incidents. However, they were all dealing with major accidents, and none of them had superpowers involved. This made Ito-Sei's expectations fall through countless times. On this day, Babel's support vehicle rushed out of the garage and sped away. Sigh. I hope there will be good results today. Although he failed to follow Babel every time, if he didn't follow Babel, it would be impossible to find a needle in a haystack. Looking for a superpower on the street was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. It was faster to follow Babel. Therefore, although Ito-Sei still did not have much hope for the possibility of achieving his goal, he still released a paper plane and quickly followed. Why are they in such a hurry? It seems like this incident isn't as simple as it seems. Ito-Sei's eyes lit up as he followed behind Babel's support vehicle. Seeing the support vehicle rushing on the road, Ito-Sei thought to himself. Soon, Sei-Ito and the support vehicle arrived at the scene of the incident. It was the entrance of the west branch of the Jinzong Bank. Looks like we're in luck. Sei-Ito was excited when he saw the bank sign. After a while, the members of Babel who were waiting outside the bank got on the support vehicle and left the bank. Sei-Ito didn't hesitate as he knew the reason. He followed the support vehicle from afar. This time, they weren't in a hurry. It was already dusk when the support vehicle arrived at the destination. It was an 8-story residential building. Then, 2 ordinary police officers who had been waiting here for a long time ran into the building with Muramoto Koichi, who got off from the support vehicle. After a while, they escorted a tall and thin young man with yellow hair down. After locking him in the back seat of the police car turned around and left. Sei-Ito immediately controlled the paper airplane and followed the police car. Let's do it here. When the police car drove into an empty road and waited for the red light, Ito-Sei immediately manipulated the paper plane to fly to the top of the police car and jumped on the hood of the police car. His huge strength caused the police car to tilt forward slightly. Sei-Ito, who was half squatting on the hood of the police car, suddenly raised his head and looked at the 2 police officers in the car. His powerful psychic energy instantly flowed out of his eyes and pierced through the car window into the 2 police officers' minds, hypnotizing them. After that, Sei-Ito jumped off the hood of the police car and walked to the back seat of the police car. He opened the door and dragged out the blond young man who was frightened by Sei-Ito's actions. Oh? Is that what you're after? Just when Sei-Ito was about to take the blond young man away, a somewhat lazy voice suddenly sounded in the air. Hearing the sound, Ito-Sei and the yellow-haired young man turned their heads to look at the sky. Then, a young man wearing a black-collared school uniform with a grayish-white short hair appeared in front of them. He looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, and there was a flying mouse on his shoulder. Ministry of War Jingjie. Sei-Ito frowned when he saw the person's face. He then said to Jingjie, "What? Are you going to stop me?" "No, I won't do anything that I shouldn't do to my fellow espers." Jingjie chuckled. "Is that so?" Sei-Ito knew that someone like Jingjie wouldn't lie. He was slightly relieved. "Yes, I was just curious about your actions, so I followed you," Jingjie said. "Thank you so much for your concern." Ito-Sei threw the yellow-haired young man onto the paper plane, and then jumped onto it himself. He looked at Jingjie of the Ministry of War and said, "But I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Then, he controlled the paper plane and flew away at high speed. Soon, he disappeared from Jingjie's sight. Interesting, it seems like he's also a fellow esper who wants to do something. Jingjie looked at Sei-Ito, who turned into a black dot, and smiled. "Isn't that good?" the flying mouse on his shoulder asked in confusion. "No, this is very good," said Jingjie of the Ministry of War. Then, with a flash, he disappeared into the sky. "Hey, who are you? Why did you save me?" At this time, the blond young man who was restrained by the superpower handcuffs was lying on the paper plane. He turned his head and asked Sei-Ito, "Didn't you say you have no place to stay?" "Now I'll give you a place to stay," Sei-Ito said calmly. The blond young man's expression changed when he heard this, but he didn't ask any more questions. A moment later, Seito flew above an abandoned factory and controlled the paper plane to slowly descend. When it was less than 1 meter from the ground, he grabbed the blond young man and jumped to the ground. He reached for the thick paper book and entered the Rubik's Cube world, appearing in the large laboratory. Bang! Seito threw the blond young man to the ground. Lloyd, who heard the sound and turned his head with his hands in his pockets, looked at Seito and said with a strange smile, "Rare guest, rare guest. Sir, what brings you here today?" Lakshata, Cecil, Erica, take a look at this handcuff and see if you can unlock its specific structure. Seito didn't immediately respond to Lloyd. Instead, he called out to the other top scientists who were still in the large laboratory. "There's a new player?" Lakshata, who had a long pipe in her hand, walked to the blond young man with her arms crossed and squatted down. She raised the handcuff to her eyes and observed the handcuff with a lazy expression. "Sort of." Ito Seiichi shrugged his shoulders and said. Then he explained, "This guy is a superpower. This handcuff is a special item specially designed to deal with superpowers. It works by emitting special waves to affect the brainwave frequency of the subject." "I see. It doesn't seem difficult." Lakshata curled her lips in disdain and straightened up. "Can you unlock it in one night?" Seito looked at Lakshata and asked. "Sure." Lakshata turned to look at Royd and Erica before nodding. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." Seito looked at them and smiled. Then, he reminded them, "But before you unlock it, you have to inform me first. This guy is a bit wild. I need to be there." "Got it." Lakshata waved her hand and said. Then, she shouted to the research team over there, "2 people come here and carry this guy over." "Coming, big sister." Soon, 2 male voices sounded in the laboratory. Then, 2 burly men slowly walked to the blond young man and dragged the panicked and struggling blond young man over. "I'll wait for your news upstairs," Itose said to them. Then he turned around and walked to the metal stairs on the side. He walked up step by step. After reaching upstairs, he waved his hand to summon a bed, a short table with food and water, and a quantum computer. Then, he lay on the bed and started playing with the computer. Chapter 556. P.S. Thank you to Solon, Breeder, and Happy Spring Festival for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to Nickfanny, Sleepy Pig, and 157747860 for their tip. More than an hour later, Cecil with dark blue hair appeared at the door and walked slowly to Seito's side. "Sir, the unlocking has been completed. Lloyd, Lakshata, and Erica are waiting for you," Cecil said. "That's fast," Seito said as he turned off the computer in front of him and put it away. Then he stood up from the bed and suddenly reached out his right hand to cover Cecil's face with a smile. "I haven't seen you for a while. Cecil, you're getting more and more charming." "Sir." Cecil blushed when she heard the praise. She took a step back and let her face move away from Seito's hand. "Ha ha ha, let's go down." Seito retracted his hand and laughed. Then he turned around and walked to the door with Cecil behind him. A moment later, the 2 returned to the large laboratory on the lower floor. As expected of a top scientist, "You unlocked the handcuffs so quickly," Seito said to Lakshata, Lloyd, and Erica with a smile. Then he turned to look at the yellow-haired young man who was fixed to a metal chair and had his mouth sealed with tape. He walked over slowly. When he reached the yellow-haired young man, he immediately spread out his mental power and enveloped him. He closed his eyes and memorized the yellow-haired young man's mental wave. A moment later, Seito, who had finished recording the mental waves, opened his eyes. He turned to Lakshata and the others and said, "Unlock him." As soon as Seito said that, Lakshata immediately used the front end of her pipe to hit a button on the instrument in front of her. Then there was a soft beep. The handcuffs on the yellow-haired young man's wrists opened automatically. At this moment, A violent spiritual power instantly rushed out of the yellow-haired youth's body and fiercely rushed toward Ito-sei, who was standing in front of him. Ito, who was already prepared for this, immediately condensed his scattered psychic energy into a psychic barrier that enveloped the yellow-haired youth, trapping his psychic energy within the barrier. However, the other party was a level 4 pure psychokinesis user. Even if he had just awakened not long ago, he was still not familiar with various techniques. However, the impact of psychokinesis alone was enough to make Ito-sei's mental barrier crumble, making a creaking sound as if it was real. However, Ito only wanted that 1 second of delay. Therefore, when the yellow-haired youth's psychokinesis was blocked by the mental barrier, Ito quickly made his move and chopped at the youth's neck. Bang! Since Ito wanted to break through the self-defense of psychokinesis, he added a lot of strength into his palm. When it hit the blonde youth's neck, it immediately made a muffled sound. After receiving this blow, the yellow-haired youth's body trembled slightly. His eyes rolled up and he lowered his head. Then, the violent psychokinesis immediately disappeared in the mental barrier. Decipher the specific working principle of the handcuffs and the relevant manufacturing blueprints as soon as possible. Ito-sei released the yellow-haired youth from the shackles and lifted him in his hand. He then turned to Lakshata, Cecil, Lloyd, and Erica and ordered. "Got it," Lakshata replied in a lazy tone. The others nodded one after another. They understood. Seeing this, Ito directly disappeared from the laboratory with the psychokinesis user and appeared in the desolate northern area where he used to do all kinds of experiments. Plop! Ito casually threw the yellow-haired youth to the ground. Then, with a wave of one hand, a stream of cold water appeared in his palm. Ito threw it at the yellow-haired youth's face. Splash! The water hit the yellow-haired youth's face and immediately scattered and flowed down his cheeks to the ground. Cough, 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 cough. The yellow-haired young man coughed violently as he woke up from his coma after inhaling water through his nose. "You bastard! Go to hell!" After a while, the yellow-haired youth, who had completely awakened, raised his hand and activated his psychokinesis at Ito. A strange force instantly enveloped Ito, and because of the master's anger, this force was stronger than before. However, it was still within Ito's tolerance. Therefore, Ito's mental power exploded and immediately broke free of the psychokinesis shackles. "It seems that you won't learn if I don't teach you a lesson." Ito, who broke free of the shackles, suddenly appeared beside the yellow-haired youth. He swung his body and kicked the youth away. "You should know that you are now my captive." After the kick, Ito didn't stop. As he spoke, he appeared beside the yellow-haired youth again and punched him in the stomach. Bang! Wah! The huge force immediately made the yellow-haired youth's body hit the ground heavily. A mouthful of liquid mixed with blood and food residue was spat out from the yellow-haired youth's mouth and splashed on the ground beside his face. "Don't think that you are strong just because you have superpowers." Ito walked to the yellow-haired youth who was curled up on the ground. He leaned over and reached out to grab his neck. He lifted the yellow-haired youth from the ground and raised him in front of him. He looked at the yellow-haired youth's pained face and said coldly, "Do you understand now?" Plop! As Ito let go, the yellow-haired youth's body fell to the ground again. He covered his throat with both hands and coughed violently. "As long as you are obedient, this is your place. There is no discrimination or exclusion. You can live a peaceful life, and even find a woman you like to marry and have children." After the yellow-haired youth caught his breath, Ito said softly. Hearing this, the yellow-haired youth's expression changed. He then looked at Ito and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "It's very simple. Just cooperate with my research," Ito said calmly. He then continued to speak to the yellow-haired youth whose expression changed slightly. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. At most, I will draw your blood and conduct medical observation and superpower monitoring. Are you serious? The yellow-haired youth said in disbelief. I don't have to lie to you if I really want to do anything to you. I have a lot of methods in my hands. Seito glanced at the yellow-haired youth and said, Okay. The yellow-haired youth hesitated before he gritted his teeth and agreed. Since you've agreed, then I'll treat you as one of us. However, if you dare to cause trouble, I will immediately kill you and take your body for real human research. Seito warned. I understand. The yellow-haired youth got up from the ground and said softly while holding his stomach. Now use your psychokinesis to the maximum power in front of you. Knowing that the yellow-haired youth was not happy, Seito did not say anything else. He directly shrouded the youth with his spirit power and ordered while pointing at a rock not far away. The yellow-haired youth nodded. He reached out and used his psychokinesis on the rock. The rock trembled slightly and slowly floated up from the ground. It was suspended in midair and did not move. At the same time, Seito also began his replication operation. His spirit power changed quickly and subtly. After more than an hour, Seito finally replicated the frequency of the yellow-haired youth's psychokinesis. It's done. Seito said. Boom. The yellow-haired youth immediately withdrew the psychokinesis that he had maintained for an hour. He bent down with sweat on his forehead and gasped for breath. Very good. Seito nodded. Then, without waiting for the yellow-haired youth to react, he directly mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube and sent them to the northern edge of the central area. They were in the villa that stored the original black sphere. You will stay here today. I will send you to other places later. Seito said to the yellow-haired youth in the villa. I understand. The yellow-haired youth knew that he had no room to refute. All right. In order to prevent you from doing something unwise, I will have to impose some restrictions on you. Just as Seito was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and looked at the yellow-haired youth. Then, without waiting for him to react, he instantly appeared in front of the yellow-haired youth. He gathered his chi into a needle and pierced it into the center of the yellow-haired youth's forehead. It's done. Seito withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. Then, his mind moved. He instantly left the Rubik's Cube world and appeared outside the abandoned factory. Then, Seito waved his arm and a large amount of paper flew out and turned into paper airplanes that carried him to the nearby police station. I hope there will be small ECM limiters and large ECM devices here. A moment later, Seito thought to himself as he flew over a police station. Then, he controlled the paper airplanes to lower their altitude. When they were less than 1 meter from the ground, he jumped to the ground and reached for the thick paper book and put it back into the Rubik's Cube world. He then set off to sneak into the police station. A large number of ECM devices, or Esper resistance devices, were set up around the police station walls and inside the building. However, for Seito, who was not a Esper, and even if he had Espers, he did not rely on Espers to make a living. This allowed him to smoothly infiltrate the police station, find the logistics warehouse, and use alchemy to break open the locked door. He then put all kinds of Esper limiters, Esper restraining handcuffs, and 2 spare large ECM resistance devices into the Rubik's Cube world. Although it's not the latest equipment, it's the most useful for me at the moment. When the plot progresses, I'll go and get the latest equipment in Babel's hands. Seito thought to himself as he walked out the same way he came. After flipping over the police station wall, Seito found a gap between the residential buildings near the police station and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the large laboratory. Everyone, stop for a moment. Seito shouted at Lakshata, Royd, Erica, and Cecil, who were studying the Esper restraining handcuffs that had been disassembled into parts. Then, with a wave of his arm, all the things he took from the logistics warehouse appeared in the laboratory hall. Like the handcuffs, these are Esper restraining devices. These two are large ones. Sei Ito patted a large white ECM device that looked like a mushroom head and had a crystal band on the neck and the top cover. Then, he reached out for an Esper restraining device in the shape of an earring and continued, "These are everyday life devices. However, these daily life types are all self-dissolving type. Can you see if you can add a relay, a high-end authorization, and an external liberation terminal?" Sei Ito grabbed a few more everyday life devices and tossed them to the four of them. As for the controller, set it as a mobile phone. Erica looked at the restraining device in her hand, then looked up at Sei Ito and said, "Okay, just add a signal recognition device and it'll be solved." Hearing Erica's words, the others nodded one after another and agreed with the plan. "Then I'll have to trouble you to modify 5 everyday life devices first. I need them urgently." Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out 5 mobile phones and handed them to Erica with a smile. "Okay." Erica nodded, took the 5 everyday life devices and mobile phones, and walked to the side with Cecil to modify them. "You can dismantle the rest as long as you can give me the finished product as soon as possible," Sei Ito said to Lakshata and Royd, who were still in a daze. Lakshata nodded. She and Royd surrounded a large ECM device and observed it. The modification didn't take long, just more than 20 minutes. Erica completed the modification of the everyday life devices and mobile phones with external dissolving authorization and handed them back to Sei Ito. "Thank you for your hard work." Sei Ito smiled at Erica. "It's getting late, remember to go back and rest early." Erica nodded. Seeing this, Ito Senari smiled. He left the laboratory and appeared in the villa. "Put this on." Sei Ito threw a necklace restraining device to the blond young man who was sitting on the sofa in a daze and staring blankly at the TV. The blond young man obediently took the restraining device and put it on his neck. The moment the restraining device was put on his neck, Sei Ito manipulated the mobile phone to open the restraining device and at the same time, lock the self-dissolving authorization. "Okay, go to sleep. I'll send you to where you need to go tomorrow," Sei Ito said to the blond young man, then ignored the blond young man and walked to the room on the second floor of the mansion that originally belonged to Sakuraba Sei. He walked to the bed, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to analyze the fluctuations of psychokinesis. Although psychokinesis was a pure mental skill, it was much more complicated than the discharge arcana in terms of fluctuation frequency. Not to mention, it was a LV4 psychokinesis ability. It was naturally more troublesome to analyze, so Sei Ito spent more than 2 hours to complete it. This feeling. The moment Sei Ito mastered psychokinesis, a strange feeling came from Sei Ito's brain. It flowed through his brain in the blink of an eye and finally shrank to a brain tissue near the brain stem, slowly stimulating that brain tissue. Is this the so-called unsealing of the brain domain? Sei Ito, who retracted his mental power back into his brain and paid attention to that area, muttered to himself. But why didn't this effect happen when I mastered the discharge arcana? Is it because my level is not high enough? Or is it something else? Also, my mental power seems to have increased a little just now. Although it's a very weak increase. Sei Ito, who put the unsealing of the brain domain aside, closed his eyes and felt his mental power. Chapter 557. Unfortunately, although the LV4 psychokinesis can make others fly, it can't make me fly. With a thought, Sei Ito immediately used the psychokinesis that he just mastered. At this time, in front of Sei Ito, there were wind blades, air bullets, and electric currents that flew in all directions from time to time. Looking at the room that was messed up by the wind blades, air bullets, and electric currents, Sei Ito grinned and leaned on the bed to rest. The night was silent and he slept peacefully until dawn. "Here's your breakfast." In the morning, Seito, who had finished washing, walked out of the room and came to the living room. He looked at the blond youth who slept on the sofa and was still a little confused. He threw a bag of bread to him and said, "Pa." The blond youth took the bread with both hands, lowered his head, opened the package, and wolfed it down. After all, the blond youth hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. In addition to the joy, sorrow, and pain, he was already hungry to the point of having a stomachache. "Right, what's your name?" Seito walked to the blond youth and asked. "Gao Ganglong." The blond youth quickly chewed the bread in his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. Then, he put the bread in front of his mouth and swallowed it again. "Clean up after eating. I'll send you to where you'll be staying in the future." Seito nodded and waved his hand to create a set of male underwear and threw it on the table in front of Gao Ganglong. Gao Ganglong also paused for a moment upon hearing this. Then, he returned to normal and silently ate the rest of the bread. After a while, Gao Ganglong also finished the bread in his hand, grabbed the clothes in front of him, and walked to the bathroom to wash. Until 20 minutes later. Only then did he return to the living room. Seito didn't waste any time and directly appeared in the biological laboratory of the plant with Gao Ganglong. "You're all here." Looking at the crowd gathered in the laboratory, Seito greeted. "Sir." Everyone in the laboratory shouted in unison. "Yuta." Seito nodded, then looked at Seikine Yuta standing in the crowd and called out, "What is it?" Guanjin Yuta was stunned. He looked at Seito and asked, "Put this on." Seito tossed a necklace-type limiter over. "Oh." Seikine Yuta took the limiter and responded casually. He put the limiter on his neck. "Emma." Activating the limiter, Seito took out 2 phones and called out to Emma. "My lord," Emma called out respectfully as she walked to the front of the crowd. "This is the terminal of Yuta's superpower limiter. Use this to unlock his limiter when you want to test his superpower in the future," Seito explained as he handed one of the phones to Emma. "This is this guy's limiter terminal." After Emma understood, he handed the other phone to her and pointed at Gao Ganglong beside him, saying, "These 2 terminals don't have a password. Remember to set it up later. Also, if you feel that holding 2 phones is too troublesome, you can combine their control signals into one. I believe this won't be a problem for you." "I understand." Emma nodded. "This new guy might not be very honest. You have to be careful in the future." Then Seito used mind reading and said to Emma, "If you feel that your life is threatened, you can shout for help into the void. There will be a power to restrict him." Emma nodded slightly to show that she understood. Rubik's Cube. Keep an eye on Emma and Gao Ganglong. Seito communicated with the Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube responded. "Okay, you guys do your work. I'll leave first," Seito said to everyone in the laboratory with a smile. Then, he instantly left the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the absolutely pitiful world. Then, he returned to the vicinity of Babbel's headquarters building and monitored Babbel's situation. This monitoring went on for another 3 to 4 days. That night Amezi Naomi and her field manager, Tanizaki Ichiro. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Seito, who was eating bread outside Babbel, suddenly saw Amezi Naomi and Tanizaki Ichiro, who he had fought briefly before, leaving Babbel and driving a private car into the distance. Judging from their attire, they're going out. Seito watched the car drive away and finished the bread in his hand in a few bites. He threw away the packaging and let it burn to ashes in the air. Then, he summoned a paper airplane and quickly followed. Soon, Seito followed the car to a viaduct near Babbel and stopped at a secluded street there. The cute female high school student over there. Just as they stopped, a wretched uncle wrapped in a brown windbreaker and a brown ceremonial hat, revealing a hairy thigh, suddenly appeared on the street and shouted at the high school girl who was running over from not too far away. Then, when the girl's face was filled with panic, He suddenly ran towards her and shouted as he ran, "Watch me, immobilization technique." After shouting, the wretched middle-aged man immediately stopped and pointed his hands at the high school girl. A strange wave instantly appeared around the high school girl's body and imprisoned her body. "My body can't move," the high school girl screamed. Then, immobilization technique. X-ray vision. Then, the wretched middle-aged man swung his arms and spread his index and middle fingers in the shape of scissors as he shouted in front of his eyes. As his words fell, 2 rays of blue light instantly shot out from his eyes and stared at the high school girl's body without blinking. Using telekinesis and X-ray vision in this kind of place, what a good idea. Seito, who was standing on a high place and watching the wretched middle-aged man's performance, laughed and said, "It makes me want to use transformation technique to go to the women's bathhouse, that's it." At this moment, Omezi Naomi's voice suddenly sounded above the street. Then, Omezi Naomi's figure appeared on top of a telephone pole behind the wretched middle-aged man and looked down at him. "Wow, a high school girl, the girls here are not bad," the wretched middle-aged man said excitedly. "Your crime was foreseen 5 minutes ago." Omezi Naomi pointed at the wretched middle-aged man and said, then raised her right arm in front of her and continued, "Codename Kitty Cat, start the mission now." Then, Omezi Naomi jumped down from the telephone pole and landed in front of the wretched middle-aged man. "Babel's special agent with superpowers?" The wretched middle-aged man was shocked. "That's right, go, Kitty Cat, Naomi." At this moment, Omezi Naomi's supervisor, Tanizaki Ichiro, walked to her side and put his hand on her shoulder. "Understood, Director Tanizaki." Omezi Naomi agreed. "Special superpower, Kitty Cat, unban." Tanizaki Ichiro took out the mobile phone's limiter and shouted, "Telekinesis, absent-mindedness suppression." Just as Tanizaki Ichiro's voice fell, Omezi Naomi immediately stirred up her spiritual energy, opened her arms on both sides of her body, and shouted. Instantly, several bolts of lightning shot out from Omezi Naomi's hands, but those bolts of lightning didn't fly towards the wretched middle-aged man at all. Instead, they suddenly turned halfway and exploded on Tanizaki Ichiro's body, making him lie on the ground with smoke coming out of his body. "Director Tanizaki," Omezi Naomi shouted, then looked at the wretched middle-aged man with anger and said angrily, "You actually dared to? I absolutely cannot forgive you." Telekinesis, absent-mindedness suppression. Another few bolts of lightning shot out from Omezi Naomi's hand. Then, as before, the bolts of lightning suddenly changed direction and combined together to form a bolt of lightning that struck Tanizaki Ichiro, who was lying on the ground. Tanizaki Ichiro let out a painful scream. Director Tanizaki, are you okay?" When Omezi Naomi heard Tanizaki Ichiro's scream again, she quickly ran to his side and squatted down. She pressed her hands on his chest and shouted with concern, "Although I don't know what happened, but I'm saved," the wretched middle-aged man said softly, then turned around to run. "Goodbye. You should stay for a while." At this time, Seito, who was watching a comedy, suddenly landed in front of the wretched middle-aged man, pressed one hand on his shoulder, and activated an electric shock. A series of screams came from the wretched middle-aged man's mouth, but after a few seconds, he suddenly stopped and smoke came out of his body as he fainted on the ground. "It's you." Seeing Seito appear, Omezi Naomi quickly stood up from the ground, opened her arms to protect Tanizaki Ichiro behind her, and angrily looked at Seito and said, "So it was all your doing just now?" "No, it was all your own doing." Seito shrugged and lightly laughed. "How is that possible?" Omezi Naomi said in disbelief. "You'll know when you return to Babel," Seito said, then looked at Omezi Naomi and asked, "Can I ask you to do me a favor?" "What?" Omezi Naomi put down her arms and looked at Seito with a puzzled expression. Just as Seito was about to speak, Tanizaki Ichiro said with difficulty, Naomi, don't agree to his request. Director. Umezi Naomi heard this and called out. It seems that today is not the time to talk. I'll talk to you later. Seito flipped his hand and a pink paper appeared. He let it fold into a small paper crane and fly to Umezi Naomi. He said flirtatiously, "See you next time, my cute little Naomi." As he spoke, Seito bowed to Umezi Naomi, then picked up the wretched middle-aged man on the ground, and left the scene in a paper airplane. After arriving at another street, Seito put away the paper airplane, picked up the wretched middle-aged man, and entered the Rubik's Cube world. They appeared in Plant's biological laboratory. Plop. Seito casually threw the wretched middle-aged man on the ground, then took out a limiter and a mobile phone terminal and threw them to the two male researchers who were looking at him. He said, "Put the limiter on this guy. Also, don't bring him around. Study him however you want. Also, when you study him, try to avoid the presence of women or put him in an isolation room. This guy has X-ray vision and psychokinesis. He can see through women's breasts." Okay. The two agreed. Chapter 558. P.S. Thank you to Gzerbatangii and +++DF for their precious monthly vote. 5 days later, in the afternoon, it's time to meet Umezi Naomi. Seito, who was floating in midair on a paper airplane, thought to himself. Then, with a thought, he controlled the paper airplane to fly in the direction of Nijo Girls High School. Air transportation was very convenient, and it didn't take long to reach Nijo Girls High School. Then, with a thought, a piece of white paper floated out of the paper airplane and flew into Seito's hand. Then, Seito took out a pen and wrote on the paper in his hand. After a while, Seito put away the pen and watched the paper with writing turn into a paper crane in front of him. It flapped its wings and flew down to Nijo Girls High School below. Then, Seito controlled the paper airplane to fly to a cold drink shop, jumped down, put away the paper airplane, and stepped into the cold drink shop. "Welcome," the waitress in uniform said with a salute. "What would you like to order?" After Seito sat down, the waitress asked aloud. "A glass of ice water," Seito said. "Okay," the waitress answered and turned to the counter. After a while, she returned to Itose with a wooden tray in her hand. She put the cup on the tray in front of Itose and said with a smile, "Please enjoy." "Thank you." Seito thanked her, then picked up the glass in front of him and sipped it while looking at the pedestrians outside the window. More than 40 minutes later, Umezi Naomi, who was dressed as a student, appeared outside the cold drink shop and pushed the door open. "Welcome." The waitress still greeted her. But Umezi Naomi ignored the waitress. Instead, after glancing at the situation in the shop, she went straight to Seito, who was sitting on the side. "What would you like to order?" the waitress asked. "Give me a glass of juice," Naomi said politely. "Okay, please wait for a moment." The waitress answered and turned to leave the table. "Thank you." Itose put down the cup in his hand and looked at Umezi Naomi sitting opposite him, and said sincerely, "Eh." Umezi Naomi looked at Seito in confusion. "Naomi, you're a rare girl to be able to accept an enemy's invitation." Seito sighed. "Because you said you needed my help," Naomi Umezi replied. "That's why I said you're a rare good girl, Naomi." Seito laughed. "Sir, here's your juice. Please enjoy." The waitress returned to their side. He placed a glass of juice in front of Naomi and politely greeted her. Then, he turned around and left the table. "What do you want me to help you with?" Naomi Umezi reached out and pinched the plastic straw in the juice. She gently stirred the juice while looking at it Sanari and asked, "I want to know your mental wave frequency, Naomi." Seito said honestly. "Eh?" Naomi Umezi looked at Seito with surprise and embarrassment. In this pitiful world, the information of superhumans that belonged to the government had always been the most important confidential information. Even a normal person's name and power level couldn't be easily revealed. Not to mention the mental wave frequency of a superhuman's information. Therefore, even though Naomi Umezi wanted to help, this wasn't something a high school student like her could make the decision easily. I can promise you, Naomi, that your psychic wave information won't be leaked. Other than me, no one else will know about it. Seito knew that Naomi Umezi was in a difficult position, so he immediately continued, "And if your psychic wave information is leaked from me, I will kill everyone. Anyone who knows about your psychic wave information will be eliminated." At the end of his sentence, Seito's body emitted a layer of cold air, affecting the surrounding temperature. "Can you let me think about it?" Naomi Umezi said with embarrassment. "Of course." Seito's expression changed as he smiled and agreed. Then, the two of them fell into silence. It wasn't until Naomi finished the juice in front of her that she came back to her senses. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Okay, I promise you." "Thank you so much, Naomi." "Naomi." Itose thanked her with a happy face. "But it's getting late. Can we do it another time?" Naomi Umezi asked. "Of course." Seito smiled. Then, he took out a pitiful mobile phone and gave Naomi Umezi his phone number. Ring ring ring. Soon, the phone in Itose's hand rang, and a group of phone numbers appeared on the phone screen. "Send me a text message when you have time. I'll go find you then." Seito hung up the phone and looked at Naomi Umezi. "Okay." Naomi Umezi agreed. "As a thank you gift, this is for you," Seito said as he took out a rose and handed it to Naomi Umezi. "Thank you." Naomi Umezi took the rose with a rosy face and said in a low voice, "Okay, I should go now. If I stay here any longer, I'll be discovered by your director Tanizaki." Seito pressed his hands on the table and stood up with a smile. "I'm looking forward to seeing you next time, cute little Naomi." After that, he slowly walked to the counter of the cold drink shop and settled the bill for both of them. Then, he turned around and left the cold drink shop. He summoned a paper airplane and flew away at high speed. After that, everything returned to normal. Seito waited outside the Babel headquarters building every day, waiting for them to make a move. Then, he would follow them to see if it was a superhuman who committed a crime. If it was, he would find a chance to catch them and throw them into the Rubik's Cube world. Depending on the situation, he would treat them well or turn them into experimental materials like the perverted uncle. If it wasn't, there was nothing to say. He would do what he was supposed to do. Just like that, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the weekend. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, a light beep suddenly sounded. Then, Seito took out his phone from his pocket and unlocked the keyboard to read the message. "It's finally here." After reading the message, Seito said to himself happily. Then, his thumb quickly pressed on the phone's keyboard and replied a message to the other party. Then, he got up and left the vicinity of the Babel headquarters. He summoned a paper airplane and flew to the agreed location. About 20 minutes later, Seito arrived near the agreed location. He put away the paper airplane, activated the transformation jutsu, and changed into another appearance. He slowly walked toward Umezi Naomi, who was standing in front of the fountain in the square. She was dressed casually. "Hello, beautiful lady. May I have your phone number?" Seito, who had changed into another person's appearance, said to Umezi Naomi flirtatiously. "I'm sorry, I can't." Umezi Naomi politely and elegantly refused. "Ha ha." Seito immediately laughed when he heard that. After a while, he stopped laughing and said softly, "It's me, Naomi." "You are?" Umezi Naomi asked with uncertainty. "Here, it's me." Seito reached out and summoned a rose next to Umezi Naomi's ear and gave it to her. After Umezi Naomi accepted the rose, he explained, "After all, you're helping me privately. In order not to cause you any trouble, I used the transformation jutsu, and Seito glanced at Tanizaki Ichiro, who was hiding not far away. Tanizaki Ichiro was sitting on a bench with his face covered by a newspaper. However, he was still looking at Seito with a burning gaze. "Your director is also nearby." "Huh?" Amezi Naomi was surprised. "Don't look around. Follow me. I'll take you to get rid of him." Seito reached out and grabbed Amezi Naomi's hand. They turned around and walked toward the crowd. For someone like Seito, it was too easy to get rid of a stalker. Not to mention, the stalker was just an amateur. Therefore, Seito and Amezi Naomi managed to get rid of Tanizaki Ichiro without much effort. Although Amezi Naomi had a tracking system on her, as long as she didn't use Babel's authority to mobilize the satellite, it would take some time for Tanizaki Ichiro to catch up with her. During this time, Seito would be able to record Amezi Naomi's mental fluctuations. "Is your director a pervert? If he follows you like this, it's hard to guarantee that he won't secretly record you." Seito stopped walking and looked at Amezi Naomi. Haha. Amezi Naomi recalled Tanizaki Ichiro's actions in her mind. She realized that it was indeed possible that he would do such a thing. She could only laugh dryly, not knowing what to say. "Okay, let's stay here for now. When your director catches up with us, we'll go somewhere else." Seito pulled Amezi Naomi, who still hadn't let go of his hand, to a bench at the side of the park and sat down. Amezi Naomi's cheeks were flushed as she withdrew her hand. She looked around with a puzzled expression and whispered, "Here? How can I record without equipment?" "By relying on this." Seito pointed at his brain and laughed. Amezi Naomi nodded as if she understood. She then asked, "What should I do?" "You don't have to do anything for now. I'll record your normal brainwaves first. After that, I'll record your psychic waves," Seito explained. Then, as Amezi Naomi nodded, he released his psychic energy and enveloped Amezi Naomi's body. He then began to record her normal brainwave frequency. When Seito was almost done recording, Amezi Naomi's director, Tanizaki Ichiro, finally arrived. "Let's go. Your director is catching up," Seito said as he held Amezi Naomi's hand again and ran with her. Then, after they were out of Tanizaki Ichiro's line of sight, he released a paper airplane and flew her into the distance. A moment later, the two arrived at a construction site that had been temporarily suspended for some unknown reason. Seito let go of Amezi Naomi's hand before she could withdraw her hand. He then said with a serious expression, "Time is tight, so I'll have to trouble you to use your psychic power on any target you like. Use your maximum power." "Okay." Amezi Naomi agreed. Then, she looked around and quickly locked her gaze on a concrete pillar. She then stretched out her hands and activated her psychic power. Chapter 559. P.S. Thank you to T. Canister for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to 1577478860 and Nickfinney for their tip. After a while, Seito, who had recorded Amezi Naomi's psychokinesis, said, "It's done." As soon as he finished, the stone pillar that was enveloped by Amezi Naomi's psychokinesis immediately dissipated into nothingness and disappeared into thin air. "Is that all?" Amezi Naomi put down her raised arms and turned around to look at Seito beside her. She was slightly out of breath as she asked, "Yes, but it's not over yet." Seito waved his hand and a bottle of mineral water appeared and handed it to Amezi Naomi. "Thank you." Amezi Naomi accepted the bottle of mineral water and thanked him. Then, she twisted the cap and drank it. "Naomi, I'll have to trouble you to use your unique skill, absent-minded suppression, on the wall in front of you. I need to record the process." After Amezi Naomi finished drinking the water, Seito spoke again. "Okay." Amezi Naomi, who had always helped others to the end, nodded in agreement. "But before that, we need to deal with your director. Seito slowly walked to the edge of the building and looked down at Tanizaki Ichiro, who was wearing a khaki suit and running into the construction site with a frantic expression. Omezi Naomi, who also walked to Seito's side and looked down, exclaimed in surprise, "Director?" At this time, Itungching waved his hand and 4 or 5 pieces of white paper instantly appeared in front of him. They spontaneously formed a sparrow and fluttered its wings in front of Seito. Then, Seito turned his hand and a medical anesthetic needle appeared between his fingers. He put it into the paper sparrow's beak. "Go," Seito said softly. After receiving the order, the paper sparrow flapped its wings and turned around to fly toward Tanizaki Ichiro. "That's good. The anesthetic on that needle can make an adult sleep for 6 hours. That's enough time for us to do anything." Seito turned his head and smiled at Naomi Umezi, who was hesitating to speak. "So that's how it is." Naomi Umezi breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, let's continue," Seito said with a smile. Then, there was a soft pop as Seito removed the effects of the transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. "All right." Using telekinesis, Naomi Umeji placed the bottle of mineral water aside and walked back to the center of the room. After taking a deep breath, she raised her arms in front of her. She used her unique skill, absent-mindedness suppression, against the wall. At this time, Seito also focused his mind and began to focus on adjusting his spiritual power, replicating the frequency of Umezi Naomi's spiritual power. After more than an hour, Seito finally recorded the frequency of this complex spiritual power. "All right, thank you for your hard work, Naomi," Seito called out to Naomi Umezi. He said with a slightly apologetic tone. "It's nothing." Naomi Umezi didn't mind and smiled. "All right, as a thank you, please allow me to invite you to have fun for a day." Seito extended his hand in front of Naomi Umezi and invited her with a smile. "No need to go through so much trouble." Naomi Umezi's face was slightly red as she said softly, "How can I do that? This is my thank you gift." Seito stepped forward and held Naomi Umezi's hand. Then, without waiting for Naomi Umezi to respond, he pulled her to the edge of the room and said, "So, Naomi, just accept it." Then, with a thought, he released the paper airplane and took Naomi Umezi onto the back of the airplane. Then, he operated the paper airplane and flew away. Then, it stopped on a busy street. For the rest of the time, the two seemed to be on a date. Seito took Naomi Umezi to a cold drink store, a shopping mall, a movie theater, an amusement park, an art gallery, a restaurant, and other places to spend the rest of the time. "Let's call it a day. After all, your director will wake up soon, and she will definitely follow you." At dusk, in front of the fountain in the square where the two met, Seito looked at Naomi Umezi in front of him and chuckled. Looking at Seito's face, Naomi Umezi's face unconsciously turned red as she lowered her head and said, "Okay. Thank you for today." Seito reached out and smoothed Naomi Umezi's messy hair as he said softly, "I'm the one who should be grateful." Naomi Umezi shook her head slightly. "Oh, let's go back." Seito chuckled as he retracted his hand and looked at Naomi Umezi. "Okay, goodbye." Umezi Naomi nodded. She turned around and waved at Itoseiji. Then, she rushed back to her dormitory Wu Juliao without stopping. What a pity. Seito looked at Naomi Umezi's back as she left and sighed. After she completely disappeared, he also turned and left the square and entered the Rubik's Cube world on a street with few people. In the central area of the room, Seito directly sat on the ground and began to compare and analyze the 3 mental wave frequencies recorded by Naomi Umezi. The first one to start was the core ability of psychokinesis. The LV6 psychokinesis was much more complex than the LV4 mental wave. At least, it was very difficult for Seito to analyze it. From time to time, because of a wrong wave frequency, his previous efforts would be wasted and he would need to start over again. After going back and forth for so many times, Sei-Ito finally mastered the LV6 psychokinesis. The moment Sei-Ito mastered the LV4 psychokinesis, the feeling that appeared when he mastered the LV4 psychokinesis appeared in his mind again. It was extremely intense and instantly filled his entire brain. Sei-Ito felt as if his brain was being electrocuted. After a while, it shrank into a ball and merged into the strange area near his brain stem. It emitted waves that were several times stronger than when he obtained the LV4 psychokinesis and stimulated the brain tissue in that area. After everything was over, Sei-Ito, who was sweating profusely, let out a long sigh and relaxed his tense body. What the hell is this? Is it really the unsealing of the brain? With this situation, if I directly obtain the LV6 psychokinesis, wouldn't my head explode? Sei-Ito thought with some lingering fear. But I really like the additional effect of increasing my mental power. It saves me a lot of training time. Then Sei-Ito put aside the problem of the unsealing of the brain and once again felt the LV6 psychokinesis that made his mental power very active, as well as the rapid growth of his mental power. Looking at the current situation, it is impossible to obtain the LV6 psychokinesis in a short period of time. It is time to change my goal and obtain the ability to teleport. After a while, Sei-Ito thought to himself as he used the mental power training method given by the Rubik's Cube to gather his mental power. Then Sei-Ito closed his eyes again and began to analyze the absent-minded suppression skill. He tried to get rid of Omizaki Naomi's psychokinesis and mental power to obtain the pure LV6 lightning wave and merge it with the LV6 lightning wave to increase the level of the lightning wave. Compared to the LV6 psychokinesis, the LV6 lightning wave was much simpler. It didn't take Sei-Ito much effort to master it. It was only a little troublesome to merge it with the LV6 lightning wave. After all, it was impossible to raise the level of the lightning wave to LV6 in one go. It needed to be piled up bit by bit to allow the ability to progress. Do I still need 3 days? A few hours later, Sei-Ito, who had pushed the lightning wave to LV4, looked down at the surging lightning in his palm. Then Sei-Ito's mind turned. He appeared in Malu Ramiz's room and sneakily hugged Malu, who was only wearing a light blue loose vest and beige underwear, leaning on the sofa. He had a smirk on his face as he watched a TV program with her. During this time, the two naturally had a lot of sweet talk and Sei-Ito's groping. Then, at around midnight, he carried Malu back to the bedroom to rest. The next night was silent. They slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, after enjoying Malu's service, Sei-Ito left the Rubik's Cube world after kissing Malu goodbye and returned to the Babel building to wait. A few nights later, an armed helicopter directly under Babel took off from the Babel headquarters building and flew at high speed into the distance. Behind it there was no external force. Sei-Ito, who only relied on the LV6 psychokinesis to lift himself up, quietly followed. Just like that, the helicopter flew at high speed in the sky. More than 10 minutes later, it stopped on a river overpass. After that, Kaoru Akashi, Kue Nogami, and Shai Sanemiya, the 3 LV7 superhumans, instantly appeared outside the helicopter. They stood on the side of the bridge and looked down at the 2 drunkards who seemed to be superhumans. This is the end. The fresh and pleasant morning is fiery justice. After attracting everyone's attention, Kaori Akashi, who had her hands on her waist, shouted like a rocket team. The breeze blowing in the wilderness is the friendship of youth. Kue Nogami immediately followed up with her own words. The fusion of purple is the heart of nobility. Shai Sanemiya also followed. Absolutely pitiful children. The 3 shouted together. After a pause, Kaori Akashi slowly flew into the air and spread out her arms and legs. She shouted in a very imposing manner, "Telekinesis, both sides will be injured." In an instant, a gust of wind with a strength of at least class 10 appeared above the river and blew towards the two drunken fellows. In an instant, the two of them rolled on the ground like two gourds and knocked into each other before fainting at the same time. Then Kaori Akashi, Oki Nogami, and Shai Sanemiya's figures flashed and appeared beside the two unconscious people with the Babel helicopter hovering in the sky. Ha 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 ha! Just as the three of them, as well as Teru Benhan, walked out of the helicopter one by one to arrest the two drunkards who seemed to have superpowers but were actually ordinary people, a burst of loud laughter suddenly rang out from the riverbank. Then, a voice full of complacency said, "All of this is a trap to lure you special missions superpowered people out." "Who are they?" Kaori Akashi asked in confusion. "Aren't they ordinary bystanders?" Oki Nogami also asked in confusion. "No, we are very ordinary people. Ordinary people hate superpowered people. We are their representatives who have sworn to fight against you." The man who laughed earlier walked to the front of the crowd and looked down at the four people below. "Are you from the anti-superpowered organization, Ordinary People?" Tokuhan Hikari quickly ran to the three girls and opened his arms slightly to the side as he raised his head and shouted at the man. "Yes." The man admitted. "Even if you hate superpowered people, you don't have to go to this extent. You are too abnormal. You are not ordinary at all." Tokuhan Hikari shouted at the leading man. "No, we are very ordinary. We are all very normal." The man shouted as if he was insulted. As he finished speaking, the 30 ordinary people around him took out sticks, knives, light machine guns and other weapons and pointed them at Kaori Akashi and the other three girls below. "I want to catch them all in one fell swoop." Kaori Akashi immediately raised her hand and was about to use telekinesis to kill them when she saw what they were doing. However, in the next moment, the telekinesis light from Kaori Akashi's hand suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Oki Nogami beside her also realized that she couldn't use teleportation. "I can't use my superpower too. Was that feeling just now?" Oki Nogami looked at Miyazihue and said in shock. "ECM?" Miyazihue was also shocked. "How is that possible? There is only one ECM in the country that can suppress LV7. Tokuhan Hikari said in disbelief. "Ha ha ha ha, ordinary people are everywhere. It is the same even in the military." The leading man laughed proudly. At the same time, a truck with a large ECM device slowly drove over and stopped next to the group of people. "Should I snatch it now? Although this is a good opportunity, but that guy Koichi won't let me go so easily. At that time, he will definitely let the LV7 Keiru Akashi stop me. Without instant transmission, if I don't kill him, I won't be able to escape." Looking at the situation below, Ito Sei frowned slightly and thought to himself, "If I kill him, that old monster from the Ministry of War, who is in his 80s but still pretends to be 17 or 18 years old, will not let me go. I guess I can only wait a little longer." At this time, with the ECM as a foundation, the 3 children and 1 adult were no match for more than 30 armed adults. Without any resistance, the 4 of them were captured and transported to an abandoned factory by a remote river more than 10 kilometers away. In a dark corner inside the abandoned factory, Ito Seiji thought to himself, "It's finally here. I just don't know if my attack will disturb the plan of that guy from the Ministry of War. Right now, I'm not necessarily a match for a guy who has multiple abilities such as psychokinesis, hypnosis, teleportation, and psychic perception. All of them are around LV7. Forget it, I don't care. It's too frustrating to be afraid like this. This is not the main world. There are things for me to worry about. What's there to be afraid of?" Seito made up his mind and thought to himself. Then, Seito used his assassin move and walked into the factory. Chapter 560. Seito snuck into the abandoned factory and looked at the armed guards around him. How can he be an ordinary person? How can an ordinary person get so many weapons? We just want the list of all the superpower users in Babel's organization, especially the list of the superpower users who have special missions. For this, we need the password in your head no matter what. Seito suddenly heard someone talking in a factory not far away from him. Is that the place? Seito turned around when he heard the voice. He then moved closer to the source of the voice. Looks like you're also a normal person. Actually, you also think that a world without superpowers is better, right? As long as you're willing to lend us a hand, that world will become a reality, the voice continued. I refuse, Kimoto Koichi's voice was heard. Then you can experience the various ordinary worlds that we have prepared for you, the voice from before snorted. At this time, Ito-sei finally came to the outside of the factory where Muramoto Koichi was locked up. He knocked out the guard who was standing in front of him with a sword in his hand and didn't notice that there was something strange behind him. Ordinary cafeteria aunties, ordinary old people who rely on their pensions, ordinary office workers and civil servants, and ordinary students. As the man spoke, another door in the factory suddenly opened. A middle-aged woman with a chain hammer, an old man with a short sword, 2 men with baseball bats, and a student with metal gloves walked into the factory. Stop, stop! Kimoto Koichi shouted in fear. However, the man did not seem to want to listen to him and punched Kimoto Koichi in the face. TSK. How barbaric! At this time, Ito-sei, who had moved to the side of the operating ECM, secretly curled his lips. He then opened the Rubik's Cube world and stored the ECM in it. He did not wait for the others to be surprised by the sudden disappearance of the ECM and entered the Rubik's Cube world. He appeared in the big laboratory. Since no one is here, I will leave a note. Looking at the empty laboratory, Ito-sei waved his hand and took out a piece of white paper. He stuck it on the wall of the latest ECM that appeared next to him. He then called for a pen and wrote on the paper. Done. After a while, Seito threw away the pen in his hand and left the laboratory with a smile. He appeared in a room in the central area and rested. It was not until the next morning that Ito-sei appeared in the abandoned factory again. He flew back to the outside of the Babel headquarters building and continued to monitor their movement. He was lucky. At 3:00 in the afternoon, a Babel military helicopter appeared in the sky and flew toward Tokyo Bay at high speed. Seito saw this and smiled. He rose from the ground to mid-air and followed the helicopter from a distance of 500 meters. So it's here. After a while, with the appearance of a huge high-walled building built on an isolated island, Ito-sei finally knew the destination this time. It was the superpower prison Eastern Garden of Eden that he wanted to go to. This name is really bad. Seito curled his lips as he recalled the name of the prison. Then Seito slowly lowered his altitude and finally stepped on the water surface. He looked at the prison in the distance and thought, as long as I can put all the criminals here into the Rubik's Cube world, I won't need any materials. I don't lack any experimental materials, and I believe that there must be someone here with the teleportation ability that I need. This is just right. After thinking, Seito leaned forward, raised his arms slightly, and ran toward the prison at high speed like a ninja in Naruto's world. 10 minutes later, Seito arrived at the reef directly below the prison, then flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in a remote area in the northern desolate area. Here it is. Seito turned his head and looked at the surrounding environment. He saw that in addition to the gravel and barren mountains, there was an endless wilderness. It was completely in line with the environment of poor mountains and hungry water. Then he put his hands in front of him and pressed them on the ground. Immediately, countless fine electric arcs jumped out from Seito's palms and covered an area of 30 acres in an instant. Then there was a loud rumbling sound, and the ground covered with electric arcs suddenly began to protrude upward. As it rose quickly above the ground, it naturally turned into a square building with spires at the four corners. The spires were connected by high-density rock walls up to 1 meter thick. There was a large open space inside the building. Phew, let's start the internal transformation now. After a while, Seito straightened up and looked at the towering building in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Then with a thought, he instantly appeared inside the building. After looking at the space, he stretched out his hands flat on the wall of the building, closed his eyes, and activated alchemy. In an instant, a large amount of electric arcs that had just disappeared covered the whole building again, but this time the electric arcs didn't change the appearance of the building at all. Inside the building that couldn't be seen by outsiders, the bricks automatically changed, and small independent rooms were opened in the building, and according to the division of labor, they changed into alloy bedboards, ceramic toilets, washstands, alloy prison bars, and so on. After a while, Seito opened his eyes and said to himself, "It's finally done, now only a small area of transformation is left." Then Seito stretched out his hand, and a power of water, earth, and wood spirits flew down from the void, moving along Seito's arm and poured into the open space inside the building, changing the composition of the ground so that it could be planted. After the transformation of the ground was almost done, Seito's figure flashed and directly appeared above the building. He waved his hand and scattered the power of the three spirits, and poured it into the barren land around the building. At the same time, Seito's hands formed a wood release hand seal and activated wood release. World tree descends. In an instant, a large number of tree branches sprouted from the ground that had been transformed. They quickly grew into strong trees that were sparsely distributed around the huge building, adding a bit of greenery to the wilderness. Then Seito waved his hand, and a bunch of plant seeds suddenly appeared in front of him, scattered by Seito on the ground around the building. Then, under the nourishment of the three spirits, they quickly took root and grew. After that, Seito's mind turned again, and various wiring tools, more than 50 uniformed professional electricians, and more than 20 technicians in white coats appeared in the building. All electricians follow the technicians to build the nuclear power plant underground, and after the power plant is completed, we will wire the entire building. Seito shouted to the 80 people below. Yes. All the workers responded in an orderly manner, and then, according to Seito's instructions, they went to the bottom of the building through the reserved passage with the technicians and started the installation of the nuclear power plant. Of course, the core nuclear device was still a few medium-sized nuclear fusion batteries produced by the large laboratory. Just like that, with the hard work of more than 80 people, it took 8 days to finally connect the newly built large building with electricity. Thank you for your hard work. Now go back and have a good rest. Seito, who also stayed in the Rubik's Cube world for 8 days and didn't go out, said to the workers. Then, with a thought, he sent more than 80 people back to their original place, and then recruited more than 50 engineers in different outfits and a large number of electronic equipment. Please install these things. Seito pointed at the things on the ground and said to the new engineers. Yes. These people also responded in an orderly manner, and then the building was once again filled with the busy figures of the workers. However, compared to the more complicated wiring, installing these cameras, internal defense weapons, and management systems was much simpler. With the speed of these people, everything was installed in less than 2 days. Seeing this, Seito also thanked them for their hard work and sent them back to their original place. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in the large laboratory. How is it? Have you analyzed the principle of the ECM equipment? Seito walked slowly to Lakshata, who was standing aside with her arms crossed, smoking a pipe and looking at her subordinates fiddling with the parts. This kind of simple thing, of course, it has been analyzed. Lakshata spat out the pipe in her mouth and looked at Seito with a lazy expression. Then, can we make it ourselves now? Seito has long been accustomed to Lakshada's attitude and asked with a smile. Yes. Lakshata said. Well, go and arrange it. Make 30 units of the latest equipment that was sent in a few days ago, and then make 100 units of each unit separately. Try to finish it in 3 days and send it to the warehouse behind the large laboratory. Seito nodded and ordered. Got it. Lakshata nodded and walked among her subordinates, and told them what Seito ordered. While Lakshata was giving instructions, Seito's figure flashed and left the large laboratory and appeared in the genin village. He found the 4 people in charge of the village, Uchiha Kento, Hyuga Masato, Momochi Zabuza, and Karen, and asked them to select 25 responsible people to be on standby. These 4 people were undoubtedly familiar with the situation in the genin village, so they quickly gathered 25 people who met the requirements and stood outside the meeting room. Then, Seito summoned Uchiha Yoshiko, Toyo, and Hyuga, and took 28 people, including the 3 of them, and instantly appeared in the prison. This is a prison, and a large number of criminals will be sent in by me in a few days. At that time, Yoshiko, Toyo, and Hyuga, you 3 will take turns to lead the 25 people to watch over the prisoners. Seito said. Chapter 561. 3 days later, after the emergency operation of the fully automatic chemical factory, the 130 ECM equipment requested by Ito-sei were neatly placed in the huge warehouse behind the big laboratory. Seito immediately transferred the 130 ECM devices to the newly built prison, and then together with the soldiers and the 25 ninjas who were later sent to learn how to operate the computer equipment under the guidance of Valletta, these 130 ECM devices were evenly installed in the entire prison. It's time to go out and sweep the prison. Standing in the void, Seito looked down at the completely built prison and whispered to himself. Then with a thought, he appeared in the absolutely pitiful world, directly under the superpower prison. Then Seito jumped, like a monkey, quickly jumped between the reefs, and when he reached the bottom of a wall, he bent his 5 fingers like a hook and grabbed the wall to climb up. And with the support of Seito's energy, every time he grabbed the wall, he would leave 4 small holes the same size as his fingers on the wall. After a while, Seito finally climbed to the top of the wall and jumped into the prison. Ito-sei, who was half squatting on the ground, turned his head and looked around. After finding all the surveillance cameras around him and calculating the blind spots of each other, he moved quickly according to the route he had planned in his heart. In an instant, Seito was like a shadow, quickly shuttling through the prison, and soon he arrived at the entrance of the prison. Damn, it's actually an electronic lock. Looking at the iron door lock, Seito was unhappy. But he was unhappy. He wasted nearly half a month to build a prison in the Rubik's Cube world. If he turned his head because of this, it would be really immoral. Therefore, Seito directly stepped back and moved to the front of the door, put his hand on the door, and started the decomposition process. In the absolutely pitiful world, although there were super metals, the alloy manufacturing wasn't much better than the main world. Therefore, it didn't take long for Seito to decompose a big hole in the alloy door. Then Ito-sei used his fist to break through the last layer of metal material that was not broken down by alchemy because of the enhancement effect on ESP, that is, espers, and he flashed into the prison. Immediately, there were more than a dozen ventilation pipes of different sizes on both sides of the wall. Every few meters above, there was a medium-sized ECM countermeasure device installed. The dim light appeared in front of Seito's eyes. I can only use my maximum speed to rush through this camera. Seito looked up at the surveillance camera not far in front of him, and decided in his heart. Then he slightly lowered his body. The energy in his body instantly flowed to his legs, and the muscles of his legs tightened. Then Sei-Ito ran more than 10 meters like a gust of wind. That burst speed was so fast that even the electronic devices couldn't capture the image. He broke through the surveillance camera at the entrance. The rest of the journey was much easier, but for the convenience of later actions, Ito-sei still took the lead to invade the monitoring command room. The moment the people inside saw him, they were stunned. Their bodies split into 3 like shadows, and they slashed the necks of the 3 guards at the same time. Plop! The 3 guards' bodies fell to the ground at the same time. It made a somewhat chaotic muffled sound. Is the journey like this? After taking care of the 3 guards, Sei-Ito stepped in front of the surveillance camera and operated the surveillance device to record the route in the prison and the situation of the guard. You will do. Then Sei-Ito turned around and used his foot to flip over the body of a guard on the ground. He looked at the guard's face and said softly. Then, Sei-Ito's hands quickly moved in front of him, and a cloud of smoke suddenly emerged from his body. Then, a figure that looked and dressed exactly like the guard on the ground appeared in the smoke and disappeared. Then Sei-Ito swaggered out of the control room and moved to the real prison below according to the route in his memory. Why are you here? At the door of the prison on the upper level. A guard holding a gun frowned as he looked at Sei-Ito, who had disguised himself. It's too boring up there, so I wanted to talk to you, Sei-Ito said as he approached the guard. Then, when the guard was about to say something, he suddenly slashed the guard's neck and knocked him to the ground. Immediately afterward, another cloud of smoke rose, and Ito-sei, who was disguised as the guard who fainted on the ground, walked out of the smoke and walked inside at a constant speed. It didn't take long for him to reach the first prisoner's dormitory area. Then Sei-Ito slowly walked to the end of the corridor in a patrolling posture, but every time he passed by a prisoner's cell, a prisoner in a prisoner's uniform would inexplicably disappear. After more than 10 minutes, Sei-Ito finally sent all the prisoners in this prisoner's dormitory area to the big prison in the northern area of Rubik's Cube world. Looking at the silent and empty dormitory area in front of him, Sei-Ito smiled slightly and walked to the next dormitory area. In this way, Sei-Ito walked through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th prisoners' dormitory area in the same way, and put all the prisoners in the prison in Rubik's Cube world. I wonder how the guards here will react when they find out that the prison is empty tomorrow. It must be very interesting. After plundering the prison, Sei-Ito disguised as a prison staff and walked out of the prison while secretly laughing in his heart. After a while, Sei-Ito, who was not stopped, came to the outside of the prison. In the surprised eyes of a patrolling guard next to him, he jumped into the sea outside the prison. Plop! A muffled sound sounded, and a splash immediately rose from the sea and fell back into the sea in the next moment, stirring up a white foam. After drifting in the sea for a certain distance from the prison, Sei-Ito jumped out of the sea and launched psychokinesis to fly back at high speed in the direction of Tokyo City. The flying speed of psychokinesis was not slow. Even the body of a 10-year-old girl like Kaoru Akashi could fly at twice the speed of sound, let alone Sei-Ito's monster body. Even if his psychokinesis level was not as high as Kaoru Akashi's, it was not a problem for him to fly at 3 times the speed of sound. Therefore, after 10 minutes, Sei-Ito returned to Tokyo City, landed near the Babel headquarters building, and flashed into the prison in Rubik's Cube world. Sir. Seeing Sei-Ito suddenly appear in the monitoring room, the soldier with his hands behind his back immediately saluted. How is it, did these guys make trouble? Sei-Ito nodded and returned the soldier's salute, walked slowly to the monitor, and looked at the prisoners walking back and forth like ants on a hot pan on the screen. At the beginning, there was noise, but under the suppression of the ninja team, it has quieted down. The soldier explained. Sei-Ito nodded when he heard the words, turned his head to a female ninja sitting in front of him, and ordered, "Turn on the group broadcast." Yes. The female ninja immediately responded, then reached out and pressed a square button on the console in front of her. Cough. Seito first coughed lightly to attract the attention of all the prisoners in the prison, and then said, "Welcome to my world. I am the master of this world, Seito. I only have one request for everyone: be obedient. As long as you are obedient, I can give you more freedom. As long as you are obedient, I can give you better treatment. As long as you are obedient, I can even let you leave this prison and return to the city to live again. But if you are not obedient..." At this point, Seito turned to the female ninja next to him and said, "Open the internal defense system." Yes. The female ninja agreed, and then opened the internal weapon system. In the next moment, several small openings suddenly appeared on the walls of all the cells and on both sides of the corridor. Several slender cylindrical objects that looked like muzzles protruded from the small openings and aimed at the prisoners in the prison. "I think everyone knows what the consequences are," Seito said with a chuckle as he looked at the prisoners on the screen, who instantly became obedient. "Now the first question: who among you has the ability to teleport? Please raise your hand." After a pause, Seito issued the first question to all the prisoners. "Is no one raising their hand? It seems that everyone is still resisting me. In that case, I announce that food will be suspended for 3 days, and the amount of labor will be doubled." Seito smiled lightly. "Of course, if any of you remember that you have the ability to teleport or anything else, you can complain to the patrol. As long as it is confirmed, the informant's labor for the next week will be immediately reduced, and the food will be distributed according to the 5-star standard for the next week." "Well, that's all I want to say, and I won't disturb your rest," Seito finally said with a chuckle, then turned to look at the female ninja next to him and motioned her to turn off the broadcast. "By the way, enlarge this picture." Then Seito pointed to a screen that was divided into small pieces and said. As his words fell, the selected picture immediately floated above all the small screens and unfolded into a large screen that clearly reflected the characters inside. "I didn't pay attention when I was collecting them, and I actually brought this guy in." Seito covered his forehead with one hand and looked helplessly at the man on the screen with short blonde hair, sunglasses on his face, and a good set of prison clothes torn off, revealing 8 neat abdominal muscles. His legs were tightly clamped together, and his calves were in the shape of an 8. His hands were half bent in front of him, and he sighed shyly. Homosexual muscle size has the ability to metallize everything, one of the subordinates that the Ministry of War wants to recruit. Chapter 562. P.S. Waning Moon Crazy Loner and Shirley thanked the two for their precious monthly votes. 157747860, and Nickfany thanked the two for their rewards. But if this guy is used well, it's not a bad idea to turn into a metal manufacturing machine. Seito thought to himself as he looked at Muscle Scythe, who had his hands behind his head and was squatting on the spot. After that, Seito didn't pay any more attention to Muscle Scythe's situation. He turned around and nodded to the soldier standing beside him. He instantly disappeared from the surveillance room and appeared in the large laboratory. "Lakshata, I'll have to trouble you," Seito, who suddenly appeared, walked toward Lakshata and said with a smile. "Oh." Lakshata turned around and looked at Seito with a puzzled expression. "Modify this daily use limiter into a portable device that can resist ECM equipment. That should work, right?" Seito, who walked in front of Lakshata, flipped his hand and created a wrist-shaped limiter. He handed it to Lakshata and said, "I can, but I need to design another part. It will take about 2 days." Lakshata took the limiter and nodded. "Okay." Seito nodded and said, "Make a few more after you're done designing. Modify a few of the limiters that you haven't dismantled yet." "Okay," Lakshata replied. Since the matter had been dealt with, Seito didn't have the mood to continue paying attention. He flashed back to the room in the central area and used the rapid growth of his mental power under the stimulation of psychokinesis to cultivate. As for the situation in the outside world, he believed that Babel and his gang wouldn't be able to settle down in a short period of time because of the empty prison. And in terms of experimental materials, Seito didn't lack the prisoners for the time being. Therefore, his intention to follow Babel's group was not as strong as before. He planned to train this group of prisoners first and get the abilities that he should get. After that, he would go out and get those few LV7 abilities. The expected situation of the prisoners biting each other came quickly. After the second day of work, the prisoners who couldn't stand the heavy labor abuse immediately reported the situation of their fellow prisoners to the guards in exchange for the reward of being exempted from labor and food. This group of criminals is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are actually 7 people with teleportation ability, and the highest level among them is LV5, which is really surprising. Seito, who was informed by Uchiha Miko to come to the prison, looked at the information of the 7 prisoners displayed on the optical screen and sighed softly. Give out the promised rewards to the informants, then lock up the 7 of them alone. Seito said to Uchiha Yoshiko, also, get someone to clean room C3, I need it. Yes. Uchiha Yoshiko nodded and walked to the control panel to relay Seito's order. Turn on the group broadcast. Seito walked to the console and ordered the female ninja beside him. Yes. The female ninja agreed. He reached out and pressed the broadcast open button. Cough. Seito still used the sound of coughing to attract the attention of the prisoners, and then said, Congratulations to the gentleman who dared to report. Your rewards have been issued. Please enjoy the wonderful life for the next week. As for the rest of the gentlemen, I'm sorry, but you still have to complete the 3 days of starvation labor that I set in advance. But as a punishment for disobedience, after 3 days, your food will be halved, and the quality will be improved compared to when you were in the Eastern Garden of Eden. After a pause, Seito continued. Of course, I know that there must be innocent people among you, but the reality is so cruel. So if you don't want to be implicated in the future, work hard to inquire about other people's information. Get the information of other people's superpower type, superpower strength, what crime they committed, and prepare for my next proposition. Finally, I wish you a pleasant labor. After Seito finished, he motioned the female ninja beside him to turn off the broadcast. Tell the others to leave the leftover food, and after tomorrow, distribute it to these people as food. Seito turned to Uchiha Yoshiko and said, Also, change the 3 meals to 2 meals. Each meal should be enough to make them half full. Understood. Uchiha Yoshiko nodded. You stay here and keep an eye on them. I'm going to see the prisoners. Seito stretched out his hand and stroked Uchiha Yoshiko's cheek, and when her cheeks were slightly red, he turned around and left the monitoring room, walking toward the cell where the 7 teleportation ability users were imprisoned. A few minutes later, Seito came to a quiet corridor and slowly walked to a cell. Hearing the footsteps echoing in the corridor, the prisoner in the cell instinctively raised his head and looked outside the alloy fence. Okawa Kinsuke, 27 years old, LV3 teleportation ability user, arrested and imprisoned for robbery and murder. With his hands behind his back, Itomori looked at the thin, gloomy short-haired man who was sitting on the bed in the cell and eating the food in front of him with his upper body half bent over, and said softly. Hearing his information being repeated, Oikawa Kinsuke didn't even pause and continued to eat the food in front of him. I believe you should have heard my voice, so I won't talk nonsense with you. As long as you are willing to cooperate honestly, I will naturally give you benefits. Seito reached out and opened the alloy gate in front of him, walked into the cell, and looked at Oikawa Kinsuke. If I want to go out, will you give it to me? Oikawa Kinsuk raised his head and looked at Sei Ito with a mocking expression. If your value is enough. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and replied. When he heard Sei Ito's words, Oikawa Kinsuk's hand stopped moving. He let go of the spoon between his fingers and threw it onto the plate. With a pound sound, he looked up at Sei Ito again and said in a low voice, What do you want me to do? Looks like you are ready to cooperate. Sei Ito slightly raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Then, without waiting for Oikawa Kinsuk to speak, he turned around and walked out of the cell while walking to the end of the corridor. He said, Follow me. Behind him, Oikawa Kinsuk stood up from the alloy bed without any hesitation and slowly walked out of the cell and followed Sei Ito out. More than 10 minutes later, Sei Ito led Oikawa Kinsuk out of the prison and into the wilderness outside the prison. This was the first time Oikawa Kinsuk walked out of the prison since he was transferred to this prison. He knew the environment outside and his pupils shrunk as he silently looked at the endless gravel wilderness. Give me your left hand. Sei Ito stood still and turned around to face Oikawa Kinsuk behind him. Oikawa Kinsuk obediently gave him his left hand. Sei Ito chuckled when he saw this. He reached out his left hand and grabbed the ESP shackle on Oikawa Kinsuk's left wrist. Immediately, a flash of electricity emerged from Sei Ito's palm. Then, there was a crisp kacha sound. The shackle on Oikawa Kinsuk's left wrist shattered into several pieces as Sei Ito's palm left and fell to the ground. Now you can use your superpower. Use your maximum speed to teleport. Sei Ito ordered. Oikawa Kinsuk was pleasantly surprised when he felt his superpower again. When he heard Sei Ito's words, a mocking smile flashed across his face as he activated his superpower. However, what Oikawa Kinsuk expected didn't happen. Sei Ito was still standing in front of him as he looked at him with a mocking smile. In here, as long as I don't want to, no spatial skills can be used. Sei Ito sneered. If that's the case, why do you still want me to teleport? Oikawa Kinsuk's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out of it. Because I need it. Sei Ito sneered and then said impatiently, Okay. Do as I said and continue to use your superpower. Oikawa Kinsuk stared at Sei Ito for a moment before he unwillingly activated his superpower. At this time, Oikawa Kinsuk's figure was constantly changing between blurry and clear. Waves of spatial fluctuations were clearly emitted from his body. After an hour, Sei Ito finally told Oikawa Kinsuk to stop. Then with a thought, he threw Oikawa Kinsuk back into the prison cell. Sei Ito then lowered his body. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to analyze the mental waves that he copied from Oikawa Kinsuk. Although teleportation was the most evolved superpower in this world, it was only at level 3. The mental waves it emitted weren't too complicated. The level was between level 4 and level 5 of psychokinesis. Therefore, Sei Ito spent a little time to successfully analyze the spatial fluctuations. The moment Sei Ito grasped teleportation, a weak feeling similar to when he grasped psychokinesis suddenly emerged from his brain. It flowed through his brain like a breeze and finally condensed into a small piece of brain tissue in the center of his right brain. It slowly emitted a cool wave like a spring and transformed that piece of brain tissue. Sei Ito, who noticed the changes in his brain, didn't say anything. He immediately flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the world of absolute pity. He ignored the gazes of the people around him and closed his eyes to sense. Oh, the spatial point is so clear. After a moment, Sei Ito opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy as he softly muttered to himself. Then with a thought, Sei Ito's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared at a place more than 300 meters away from his original spot. Sure enough, the spatial sensing of the Flying Thunder God technique can also be used. Moreover, it has its own merits compared to the three-dimensional sensing of teleportation in the world of absolute pity. This is a good unexpected gain. After Ito-sei used his maximum speed to teleport several times in a row, he stood on the top of a house and thought. Then his figure flashed and returned to the world of Rubik's Cube. After returning to the prison again, Ito didn't immediately interrogate the other prisoners. Instead, he went straight to the room C3 that was cleaned up. After standing at the door and looking at the layout of the room, he waved his hand and summoned a pile of medical instruments and arranged them using psychokinesis. Now I just need to get the information of all the prisoners and train them to be honest. Looking at the room C3, Ito nodded with satisfaction. Then Ito left the room C3 and went to the rest area where the ninjas lived. He found the room belonging to Uchiha Yoshiko and pushed the door open. He walked to the bed and sat cross-legged to meditate so that his brain could adapt to the new changes caused by teleportation. After a long time, Ito exhaled softly and withdrew from the deep meditation. "You're awake." Uchiha Yoshiko was sitting at the table with her hands folded on the table and her head bowed. After hearing the change in breathing, she immediately looked up at Ito and said softly, "You must be hungry, I'll get you something to eat." Saying so, Uchiha Yoshiko got up from her seat and turned to walk out of the room. "No need." Ito smiled slightly and used his psychokinesis to stop Uchiha Yoshiko's movement and pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear. "Who's guarding the monitoring room now?" Ito opened his legs and asked Uchiha Yoshiko to sit on his lap. "It's Doyo," Uchiha Yoshiko replied while hugging Ito's waist with one hand and leaning her head on his shoulder. "Oh." Ito nodded and asked, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Uchiha Yoshiko replied, "I wanted to wait for you to eat together." "Well then, let's eat together." Ito-sei laughed when he heard this. Then, more than 10 plates of steaming Chinese dishes appeared in front of them. They were suspended in the air under the control of psychokinesis. Ito took 2 bowls of rice and enjoyed it with Uchiha Yoshiko. "You rest first, I'll go interrogate the prisoners." After a long while, Ito-sei, who had finished his meal, waved his hand to get rid of the leftovers in front of him and put Uchiha Yoshiko in his arms on the bed. "Okay." Uchiha Yoshiko looked at Ito in front of her and nodded. Then Ito leaned over and kissed Uchiha Yoshiko's forehead, turned around and left the room, and moved towards the 7 prisoners who were being held in solitary confinement. After a while, Ito once again stood in front of a cell. "Iko Mukai, come with me." Standing in front of the alloy fence, Ito looked at the young woman with long brown wavy hair, a slender figure, and a young age of 24 or 25 years old. "Yo, little brother, can't stand the loneliness?" Hearing the call, Iko Mukai got up from the bed and said in a teasing tone, "Yeah, I can't stand it anymore, so I'm looking for you to relieve my worries." Ito smiled and teased, "Is that so? My price is very high." Iko Mukai, who walked out of the cell, reached out and hooked Ito's neck, and put her D-cup breasts on Ito's chest, and licked her lips coquettishly. "Don't worry, I can afford it." Ito reached out and pinched Iko Mukai's perky buttocks, and pushed her downstairs while chuckling. Iko Mukai, whose buttocks were touched by Ito, had an even more coquettish expression on her face, and her body was almost powerless as she leaned on Ito's body, letting Ito take her away. Chapter 563. At this time, Ito felt the softness and firmness in his hand, and he recalled Iko Mukai's information in his mind. Iko Mukai, 24 years old. She used to be a stripper in a nightclub. She awakened the ability to teleport when she was hiding from a loan shark. Her super level was LV4, and she was sent to the female prison in Eastern Garden of Eden for theft. No wonder she's so proactive. She doesn't care about her body. Seito glanced at Aiko who was leaning on him. Then, Ito-sei moved his hand that was rubbing Aiko's butt. He pulled open the waist of her pants and put his hand into her pants, pressing on her tight buttocks. Can't wait any longer? Feeling the different sensation from her buttocks, Aiko raised her head coquettishly and rolled her eyes at Ito-sei. Seito smiled. He neither admitted nor denied it. He continued to walk out of the prison with Aiko. A moment later, the two of them passed through the prison wall and came to the sparse forest outside the prison. Aiko eyes flickered when she saw that she had walked out of the prison so easily. She leaned her soft body against Seito's body, allowing her chest to stick close to Seito's body. Let's do it here. Seito stopped, pulled his hand out of Aiko pants, and looked at her with a smile. Here. Aiko turned her head and looked around. She then looked at Seito with some resentment and said, "It's so desolate here. Can't we find a house?" "I like to be in the wild." Seito smiled. "Okay." Aiko pretended to hesitate and nodded. She crossed her arms and grabbed the bottom of her prison clothes. She raised her hand and took off her clothes, revealing her naked upper body. She continued to say in a sweet voice, "But you have to pay more." Seeing this, Itomori held back the smile on his face and nodded seriously. "Well said." Without Seito stopping her, Aiko quickly took off her clothes, completely exposing her body to the air. Why aren't you taking off your clothes? Do you want me to help you?" After taking off her clothes, Aiko looked at Seito, who was still standing there with a strange expression. Then, as if she knew what Seito wanted, she showed a look of realization. She slowly walked to Seito, squatted down, and reached for his pants. "Okay." Ito-sei reached out and grabbed Aiko wrists as she was about to take off his pants. He looked down at Aiko and said. Then, without waiting for Aiko, he used alchemy to destroy the ESP shackle on Aiko left wrist. Aiko, who felt her superpower again, looked at Seito in surprise and let out a surprised cry. Then, Aiko expression changed. With an ambiguous smile, she teleported to Seito. In an instant, Seito's pants fell to his feet without warning. Seito's lower body was exposed. How can this be? I clearly moved my pants to the side. Aiko looked down at the pants on the ground and muttered to herself in confusion. Seito, who felt the coolness of his lower body, shook his head in surprise. He used his arm to lift Aiko up from the ground. "Okay, stop thinking about it. I didn't bring you out to have sex with you," Seito said as he let go of Aiko hand. "Then what are we going to do?" Aiko asked in confusion. "It's very simple. Activate your teleportation according to my request. I need your psychic data," Seito said. "Oh." Aiko nodded with a bored expression. She muttered in a low voice, seriously? "I thought I could get a big horse head. I didn't expect it to be an unromantic guy. I was happy for nothing. But you've already seen my body and touched my butt. I still have to pay." Aiko looked at Seito and said. Then, she glanced at Seito's exposed lower body. She said with a flirtatious expression, "If you don't want to pay, you can pay with your body." Seito chuckled. He ignored her and bent down to pick up the pants on the ground. He teleported and put them back on himself. Stop until I tell you to stop." After putting on his clothes, Seito looked at Aiko, who was still naked and had no intention of putting on her clothes. "Got it." Aiko curled her lips and teleported. Aiko body, which was still standing on the spot, began to shift back and forth between illusory and corporeal. It wasn't until more than an hour later when Seito told her to stop that she returned to her corporeal form and stopped changing. "Put on your clothes. I'll send you back." Seito looked at Aiko and said, "As for the money, I'll inform the person in charge of the prison later and have him improve your living conditions. Then I want a single room with a bathroom. There must be electrical appliances in there. My daily food needs to be the same as the prison staff. Also, I want to have the right to move freely in the prison. Aiko Mukai hurriedly requested. I can arrange a single room with a bathroom and electrical appliances for you. I can also give you the same amount of food as the prison staff. However, I can't give you the right to move freely in the prison, Seito said with a frown. Don't be like that. Aiko Mukai walked up to Seito and wrapped her arms around Seito's neck. Her left leg hooked around Seito's right leg, allowing her body to stick close to Seito's body. She gently twisted her waist to allow her lower body to rub against Seito's lower body as she spoke coquettishly. Seito was too lazy to bargain with Aiko Mukai. He immediately tossed her and the clothes on the ground back into the cell. Then, he took out his phone and contacted Doyo, who was in the monitoring office. Arrange a single room with electrical appliances and a bathroom for Aiko Mukai. Give her the same amount of food as the prison staff. Seito ordered. Yes, sir. Doyo replied. Then, Seito hung up the phone, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes to analyze Aiko Mukai's mental fluctuations. The interval is still too short. Even if I deliberately find a neighboring level of instant transmission to level up, the feeling is still so strong. It seems that I'll have to adapt to it for a few more days to calm down the stimulation of my brain tissue. After a while, Seito, who had leveled up instant transmission to LV4, thought to himself. Then, Seito's figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared in Erica Simmons's room. Then, without any explanation, he picked up Erica, who was sitting in front of the computer and reading information. Amidst her exclamation, he came to the bedside and bent down to put Erica on the bed. He reached out to lift the thin sandal pajamas she was wearing, revealing the fair and tender body inside. He lowered his head and sucked on Erica's perky breasts. The stimulated Erica immediately raised her body slightly, and her head tilted back slightly as she instinctively let out a low moan. At this moment, Seito's palm moved, sliding along the skin of Erica's chest and abdomen to her waist. He used instant transmission to remove the cover on Erica's lower body, and he reached out to touch the hidden source secret realm. What's wrong with you? Erica resisted the feeling coming from her body, looked up at Seito who was leaning against her chest, and asked intermittently. I was a little stimulated, so I missed you. Seito looked up, explained softly, and kissed Erica's lips, sticking out his tongue to entangle with hers. After receiving an answer, Erica didn't ask any more questions. She reached out to wrap her arms around Seito's neck and tried her best to respond. After a moment, Erica, who had separated from him again, panted and said, Don't do it again. Give it to me. Okay. Itose replied. Then, he pulled out his fingers that were working in the cave. He flipped Erica's body over so that she was lying on her stomach on the bed, and used teleportation to remove the restraints on his body. Then, he placed his hands on Erica's waist and attacked the narrow cave with his heavy weapon. With a soft sound, Erica clenched her hands tightly, opened her mouth slightly, and let out a low moan. Then, Erica's body trembled uncontrollably, making the bed creak. A moment later, Seito slowed down his movements, moved Erica's left leg to face him, pressed his hands against her chest, leaned over, and kissed Erica whose legs were tightly clamped around his waist. His lips moved again. After another moment, Seito turned over and lay on the bed, helped Erica sit on him, and let her move up and down. Just like that, under Seito's manipulation, Erica and he rolled on the bed in the positions that were commonly seen in Japanese action movies. It was not until a long time later that Erica let out a long moan and stopped. At this moment, the previously dry sheets were full of wet traces. Seito and Erika were also covered in sweat. The lewd smell of Erika spread in the room. Sorry. Seito hugged Erika with both hands and gently stroked her back. Erika rolled her eyes at Seito helplessly after hearing that. She lay on top of him without saying anything, panting softly. The two of them enjoyed the aftertaste in silence just like that. A moment later, Seito, with his waist strength, got up from the bed with Erika in his arms, and walked into the bathroom with Erika, who was clinging to him like a four-clawed fish. During this time, Erika, who was unable to move, was naturally teased by Seito and aroused some desire. However, Seito, who could tell that she was exhausted, didn't do it in the bathroom. Instead, he gently slowed down his movements and let Erika fall asleep comfortably. After that, Seito gently wiped the water stains on Erika and himself. He carried Erika back to the room, lay down on the bed, and hugged her to rest. The rest of the night was silent. Only the sound of light breathing echoed in the room. Chapter 564. The next morning, for the first time, Seito took the initiative to make breakfast for Erika, who was lying lazily in bed, and fed her. After that, he kissed the touched Erika goodbye and returned to the prison. Ahem. Seito, who appeared in the monitoring room, motioned the female ninja around him to turn on the group broadcast. He coughed lightly to attract the attention of all the prisoners, and then said, "Congratulations, the opportunity to improve your life has come again. But this time there are more questions. Please listen carefully and don't miss the opportunity. Question 1. Which one of you has a psychic perception superpower? Question 2. Which one of you has a contact sensing superpower? Question 3. Which one of you has a hypnotic superpower? Finally, write down the information of other people you know on the paper that will be distributed later. Remember to write as much as possible. The more you write, the more rewards you will get." Seito finally said, "Oh, I forgot to say, the time limit is 2 hours, and there will be no more waiting." Then, he turned his head and motioned the female ninja to turn off the group broadcast, and said to the soldier around him, "Ask someone to distribute the pen and paper." "Yes." The soldier responded, then walked to the side and picked up the phone to inform all the idle staff to gather and distribute the pen and paper to all the prisoners. Seeing that things have been smoothly unfolded, Seito turned and walked to the main seat in the monitoring office and sat down. He waved his hand and put a quantum computer in front of him, then bowed his head and played a popular online game in the Rubik's Cube world. In this way, 2 hours passed quietly while Seito played the game leisurely. "Miko, go and ask someone to collect all the papers." As soon as 2 hours passed, Seito immediately looked up at the person standing beside him. Uchiha Miko, who came to take over the duty of the soldier in the monitoring room, said, "Okay." Uchiha Miko agreed, walked slowly in front of the monitoring desk, and used the internal communication to inform the personnel to collect the papers. More than 10 minutes later, all the papers were collected and sent to Seito. "Gee, these guys' abilities are really mixed." Ito-sei casually flipped through the paper in his hand, which was full of handwriting, and said, "Fire ability user, fluid control. Wind manipulation, mimicry, X-ray, psychokinesis, electromagnetic control, sound ability user, gravity control. There are actually people who rely on their abilities. Looks like I'll have to copy a few more abilities." After reading all the information, Seito sighed softly, then turned to Uchiha Yoshiko and said, "Put Kabaki Makoto, Yumi Tamagawa, and Miyoshi in solitary confinement for the time being, and then send the rest of the 7 teleportation ability users back to Harajuku except for the L5 Haruki Tsukiyoshi and Aiko Mukai." "Okay," Uchiha Yoshiko nodded, and then turned her head and conveyed Seito's instructions. Spiritual perception, touch sensing, and hypnosis. These 3 should be easier to deal with. After all, they are all pure spiritual power application skills. It's not as troublesome as psychokinesis to change the frequency of spiritual power fluctuations. Seito looked at the photos of Kabaki Makoto, Yumi Tamagawa, and Miyoshi Miyoshi on the computer in the monitoring room. After a while, Uchiha Yoshiko returned to Seito's side and said, "I've already taken those 3 people out." Seito exited the online game on the computer, put away the computer in front of him, and stood up from his seat. "Well, I'll go take a look at those 3 guys. You can let someone enter this information into the computer." Looking at the information on the table, he said, "As for the rewards, first restore the quality of their meals and food. For those who wrote a lot, ask them what they want, and if it's not too much, satisfy their most basic wishes." "Yes," Uchiha Yoshiko replied. "Then I'll go." Seito chuckled and stretched out his hand and flicked Yoshiko's forehead, then turned and walked out of the monitoring room. Behind him, Yoshiko bowed her head and picked up the information on the table and looked at the contents written on the top 3 pages. Kabaki Makoto, 37 years old, originally a company employee, awakened his superpower in an accident. Type of hypnosis, strength of ability level 4. Crime, using hypnosis to seduce a woman. Yumi Tamagawa, 28 years old, originally a company employee, awakened his superpower unconsciously. Type of spiritual perception, strength of ability level 5. Crime, accidentally killing her boyfriend because of the explosion of his superpower. Miyoshi Miyoshi, 22 years old, originally a police station evidence manager, awakened his superpower under the influence of external forces. Type of touch sensing, strength of ability level 4. Crime, psychic distortion caused by the influence of his superpower, killed a female colleague in a non-cruel way. Kabaki Makoto, come with me. Standing outside the solitary cell, Seito looked at the short-haired middle-aged man lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. He was about 1.75 meters tall, had a normal figure, and had a pair of thin-framed glasses on his face. Kabaki Makoto raised his head and looked at Seito outside the alloy fence. He silently stood up from the bed and walked to the door of the alloy fence. He got out of the door opened by Seito and followed Seito out. Along the way, neither of them spoke. They quietly walked out of the prison, crossed the fence, and came outside the prison. Then Seito stopped and didn't speak. He directly broke the ESP lock on Kabaki Makoto's left wrist, then looked at Kabaki Makoto and ordered, "Use your hypnosis on me." Hearing Seito's request, Kabaki Makoto glanced at Seito in surprise, reached out to take off the glasses on his face, and launched his hypnosis ability on Seito. In an instant, a strange spiritual fluctuation invaded Seito's brain from around Seito's brain, affecting the chemicals secreted under the cerebral cortex, affecting Seito's sensory world, and making fantasies appear in his mind. After 10 minutes, Kabaki Makoto, who didn't find any resistance from Seito, suddenly changed the content of his fantasy, trying to hypnotize Seito and control him in his own hands. Just at the next moment, a powerful spiritual force instantly emerged from Seito and rushed to Kabaki Makoto like a huge wave, breaking his hypnosis ability and rushing into Kabaki Makoto's mind. "Ah!" Kabaki Makoto, who was hit by this impact, screamed, fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, and rolled violently with his hands holding his head. Seito walked to Kabaki Makoto, who was rolling on the ground, stretched out his foot and stepped on his head and said coldly, "This is just a lesson. Next time you play these useless tricks, I will kill you immediately." "Yes, yes," Kabaki Makoto said repeatedly. Then Seito returned to the single cell with Kabaki Makoto. "That's it for today, I will come to you later." After Seito finished speaking, he ignored Kabaki Makoto, whose eyes flashed with resentment, turned and walked out of the prison, and locked the alloy fence again. Boom. The sound of the collision between the metal made a muffled sound, which spread far in the quiet corridor. Then Seito left the corridor where Kabaki Makoto was imprisoned, walked to another corridor, and stopped in front of a single cell. Yukawa Yumi, come with me. Seito opened the cell door and looked at Yukawa Yumi, who was curled up in the corner of the bed with her hands hugging her knees. Her eyes were hollow, and her long black hair covered her face. Yukawa Yumi didn't speak. With a decadent face, she stood up from the bed, mechanically walked out of the cell, and followed Seito out. After a while, the two came to the small forest outside the prison. This time, Seito didn't talk nonsense, and directly destroyed the ESP imprisonment lock, and then when Yukawa Yumi looked up at him, he said, "Use your spiritual perception on me." "No, I don't want to listen to other people's inner thoughts, I don't want to." Hearing Seito's words, Yukawa Yumi immediately squatted on the ground with her hands covering her head, and hysterically shouted. Seeing Yukawa Yumi's reaction, Seito frowned, slowly walked to her side, squatted down, reached out and hugged Yukawa Yumi in his arms, and reached out to stroke her back, while mobilizing his spiritual power, and whispered, it's okay." With Seito's words, the emotional Yukawa Yumi gradually calmed down, and her hands, which had been tightly grasping her hair, also loosened, and slid down to Seito's arms. "Yumi, trust me, okay?" Seito saw that it was about time, and said softly. Yukawa Yumi nodded hesitantly. "Alright then, Yumi, please use your ability on me." After a pause, Seito continued, and then when he saw Yukawa Yumi's emotions fluctuate, he quickly whispered, "It's okay, Yumi, it's okay to use my ability on me, you won't hear any strange sounds, trust me, Yumi." Yukawa Yumi's hands, which were tightly grasping Seito's arms, didn't change, and her fingers were still tense. But after a few minutes, a strange spiritual wave indeed emerged from Yukawa Yumi's body, and cautiously surged towards Seito. After a few moments, after hesitating, retreating, and advancing, Yukawa Yumi's spiritual power finally touched Seito's body. At this time, Yukawa Yumi's hands slightly opened, and gently placed on Seito's arms, and her head gently lifted from Seito's chest, and looked up at Seito who was hugging her. Seeing this, Seito lowered his head, and revealed a gentle smile to Yukawa Yumi. Seeing Seito's smile, Yukawa Yumi foolishly revealed a sweet smile, and her spiritual waves surged towards Seito's body, like a child who got a new toy, constantly probing. Seito didn't stop her, and changed from squatting to half-sitting, hugging Yukawa Yumi, and closed his eyes, carefully sensing Yukawa Yumi's spiritual wave. After more than 40 minutes, Seito recorded Yukawa Yumi's spiritual waves. After opening his eyes, Seito lowered his head and whispered to Yukawa Yumi, who was looking at him in a daze, "Alright, Yumi, stop." Chapter 565. P.S. Thanks to Tsukumi Rui for her precious monthly votes, and thanks to 157747860, Nikfani, K's Woliang, and GK154 for their tip. After that, Seito returned to the prison with Yumi, who was clutching his arm tightly like a child seeking protection. "Alright, go in and rest." In front of the single cell, Ito-sei turned his head and said gently to Tamagawa Yumi, "Oh." Tamagawa Yumi nodded and reluctantly let go of Ito-sei's arm. She lowered her body and walked into the cell. She turned around and looked at Ito-sei with a pitiful look, as if she was begging him not to leave. Seeing Yukawa Yumi like this, Ito-sei had no choice but to sigh. He reached into the cell and stroked Yukawa Yumi's cheeks, saying, "Good girl, wait here. I will ask someone to take you to another place to live." "Okay." Yumi nodded obediently. Seeing this, Ito-sei smiled and retracted his arm. He turned around and left the corridor where Yumi was and walked towards the single cell in another corridor. "Yoshiko, arrange a single room with a bathroom and appliances for Yumi, and give her 3 meals according to the employee standard." Also, call a female ninja to keep an eye on her. On the way, Seito contacted Uchiha Yoshiko and ordered. Understood. Uchiha Miko nodded. It seems that the impact of her ability going berserk was very big. The psychological shadow still hasn't been removed after so long. Seito sighed after disconnecting the call. Then, without stopping, he walked to the cell where Miyoko was being held. Miyoko, follow me. Seito opened the cell door and looked inside. Said the young woman with a neurotic smile on her face as she grabbed something haphazardly. Alright, Seito looked up at Seito and agreed. He then threw away the things in his hands and walked out of the cell. He stared at Seito's back with a strange smile and followed him out. Seito stayed in the Rubik's Cube world for another 7 days, allowing him to obtain the electricity-related electromagnetic control and spiritual-related abilities. So far, Seito had obtained 8 superpowers in this absolutely pitiful world, including psychokinesis, teleportation, psychic perception, touch sensing, hypnosis, dependence, electric discharge, and electromagnetic control. Telekinesis and discharge abilities were at level 6, teleportation and spiritual perception, as well as electromagnetic control, which was later upgraded by the discharge ability, were at level 5, contact sensing and hypnosis were at level 4, and reliance was at level 3. As for things like mimicry, voice control, gravity control, and other superpowers awakened from special mutations, Seito, who did not intend to play around with his body, did not replicate them. It's time to deal with those 3 level 7. After another night of cultivation, Ito-sei got up from the collapsed rice, and then with a thought, he left the magic cube world. He returned to the absolutely pitiful world. Oh, my luck is not bad. I just came out and I already encountered an incident. Looking at the pink helicopter slowly rising above Babel, Seito muttered to himself with interest. Then Ito-sei's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared behind the pink helicopter, hanging behind it for 100 meters, and flew away. But at the next moment, a spiritual fluctuation that belonged to spiritual perception and a feeling of being spied on suddenly appeared in Ito-sei's heart, and the source was the pink helicopter in front of him. It seems that this is a big operation. Even Babel's receptionist, the double-faced doll group, is involved. Seito, who sensed that he was being spied on, immediately activated teleportation and left from the back of the helicopter. He appeared in the sky more than 100 meters above the helicopter. After more than 10 minutes, the helicopter that had been flying in front of him suddenly turned around and flew straight to the southwest at high speed. Ito-sei, who was behind the helicopter, immediately followed after seeing this. After a while, the man and the helicopter stopped near a river covered with green grass. Then, not long after they arrived, another armed helicopter directly under Babel also arrived at the scene. Then, Kaori Akashi, Oki Nogami, and their on-site director, Ben Koichi, Babel's director, Takumi Yamamoto, the beautiful secretary of the director, Ken Mark Gaia, and Meili Ford of the American Esper team walked out of the helicopter one after another. They then met up with Naomi Omaida, double-faced doll group, Hotei Nogami, and Naoko Tobarama. I remember this lineup is to capture a level 7 psychic who can temporarily take over the Esper power of the people around him, Colonel Crescent, who has the title of Esper Killer. Seito, who used teleportation to hide on a tree branch, looked at the Babel Espers below and thought, maybe I can get involved. Then, Seito ignored the busy Babel Espers below and turned to look at the riverbank, waiting for the appearance of the target, Crescent. And he waited for more than 2 hours. He's here. At this moment, a white-haired old man, who was about 1.9 meters tall and burly, suddenly appeared on the riverbank. He was wearing black trousers, a white shirt, a black tie, a long white scarf around his neck, and a high-collared windbreaker. He had a square face, and there was a slender scar that extended from his forehead to his cheekbone near his right eye. He looked like he was in his 50s. So he already copied Oki Nogami's teleportation? Seito narrowed his eyes as he looked at the way Oki Nogami appeared. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the branch, reappearing behind Chris in the blink of an eye. With a flip of his hand, a superpower shackle appeared and cuffed Chris's wrists. Then, without any hesitation, he teleported again and disappeared from the riverbank with Chris. Oki. The Babel Espers, who were shocked by this sudden change, subconsciously stood up from their hiding place. Among them, Heiben Koichi, who reacted quickly, looked at Oki Nogami and shouted, "No, it's too fast. I can't find any traces of teleportation." Oki Nogami immediately closed her eyes and shook her head. At this moment, Seito appeared again and teleported away from the scene twice. When he appeared again, he casually threw Crescent, who was still in shock, into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he turned to the sky and said, "Come out. You're really bold." As his voice fell, a spatial fluctuation suddenly flashed in midair, and then Jingjie from the Ministry of War, who was still dressed in a black student uniform with a flying mouse on his shoulder, appeared in midair. He put his hands in his pockets and looked down at Ito-sei with a chuckle. "I can't help it. I'm just interested in his ability." Seito shrugged and said. Then, he looked at Jingjie and said, "You, on the other hand, you seem to be very interested in the Babel Espers, especially the 3 LV7 girls. You're very observant." Jingjie smiled. Then, his expression changed. He stared coldly at Seito and said, "I don't care what you want to do, but you can't touch those 3 girls. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you right now. It seems that you're overstepping your boundaries." Seito frowned and said lightly, "If you don't want to listen to my warning, you can try it." Jingjie sneered. "I really want to try." Ito-sei activated his LV6 psychokinesis and looked at the Ministry of War's Jingjie with a smile. Kayasuk from the Ministry of War sneered. He raised his arm and pointed at Ito-sei. A beam of telekinesis instantly flew out from his fingertips and flew towards Ito-sei. Seito immediately used his teleportation ability. He appeared in the air 30 meters away from Jingjie and flicked an alloy coin that suddenly appeared at the tip of his finger. In an instant, a slender beam of orange-red light pierced through the sky and shot towards the Ministry of War's Jingiji, who was diagonally below Ito-sei. The pupils of Jingjie from the Ministry of War shrank, and he immediately teleported away. Then, he instantly appeared behind Seito and aimed his palm at Seito's back and activated his psychokinesis. Although Seito only had LV5 teleportation ability, his LV6 teleportation ability was not inferior to LV6. However, in terms of spatial perception, it was not inferior to LV6. Therefore, the moment Jingjie moved behind him, he immediately stepped into the void and turned around to avoid Jingjie's sudden attack. At the same time, he released his pure mental power to cover his surroundings, disrupting the stability of the surrounding space. Then, he waved his psychokinesis-enhanced fist and punched Jingjie's face. Bang! At this time, Jingjie from the Ministry of War raised his hand and used his palm that was also shining with telekinesis to block Ito-sei's fist. A crisp, muffled sound immediately erupted from the place where the two people's fists and palms collided. A strong gust of wind blew around the two people, causing their hair and clothes to flutter in the wind. The difference between LV1 psychokinesis is actually so big. When Seito realized that his psychokinesis fist had been blocked, he frowned and thought to himself. However, he didn't stop what he was doing. He straightened his back and used his elbow to smash Jingjie's face. At this moment, Jingjie didn't pretend to be arrogant. He quickly raised his free hand and blocked Seito's elbow in front of his face. However, even though Jingjie could block the top, he couldn't block the bottom. Seito's foot immediately swept past his ankle, and he fell to the ground in midair. However, Jingjie was still someone who had participated in World War II and had been on the brink of death countless times. The moment he saw that he had lost control of his body, he activated his psychokinesis to wrap his entire body and hovered in midair. At the same time, he twisted his waist and kicked Seito. At this time, Itose, who had completely freed his hands, crossed his arms to block the kick of the Ministry of War's Ministry of War. Then he kicked the Ministry of War's Ministry of War in the stomach, sending him flying in the air. Perhaps I'm not as good as you in a battle of superpowers. However, when it comes to physical combat, even if I gave you 10 more, it would still be useless. After sending Jingjie flying with a kick, Seito looked at him with a cold smile. Then, he retracted his hand and flicked the alloy coin that suddenly appeared at the tip of his finger. Immediately, an orange-red beam of light pierced through the air and flew toward Jingjie. At this moment, Jingjie had already flown out of Seito's psychic interference range. Therefore, he immediately teleported the moment the beam of light was about to reach him. He moved away from the beam of light's path and appeared in another location. I have underestimated you, Jingjie of the Ministry of War said coldly to Itose, who was not far away from him, as his psychic wave surged violently. That's why I said you're meddling too much, Seito shrugged and said calmly. Jingjie, this guy is so annoying. Hurry up and finish him off, said Flying Rat, who was standing on Jingjie's shoulder. All right. The Ministry of War's Jingjie grabbed the Flying Rat on his shoulder and threw it away. Then, the psychokinesis around Jingjie's body became even more violent. It was like a layer of clothes wrapped around his body. It kept rising and fluttering. An extremely heavy pressure was emitted from Jingjie's body, pressing down on Itose. What a heavy sense of oppression! Itose also used all of his psychokinesis to resist the pressure from the Ministry of War's Jingjie. At this moment, Jingjie waved his hand. A large number of tiny psychokinesis bullets suddenly appeared behind him. As Jingjie pointed at Seito, the psychokinesis bullets shot out from all directions. They were so fast that each psychokinesis bullet looked like it was teleporting. The spatial point is too unstable. Looks like I can only take it head-on. Seeing that teleportation couldn't be used, Seito immediately covered himself with psychokinesis. Layer after layer of psychokinesis covered his body, forming multiple shields to block the psychokinesis bullet. Bang 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 bang! In the next second, a large number of soft explosions sounded from where Seito was standing. A white energy mist quickly spread out and enveloped Seito. Arrogance comes with a price. At this time, Jingjie of the Ministry of War waved his hand again, and a long sword completely composed of flames appeared in his hand in an instant. He threw it into the group of psychic bullets that were still attacking, flying towards Itose. At this moment, Seito, who was being attacked by the psychokinesis bullets, suddenly whispered. A cool breeze instantly appeared under his feet. Then, it formed a hurricane at an exaggerated speed. It spun at high speed and enveloped Seito's body, blocking the psychokinesis bullets that were flying towards him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Seito leaped into the air above the hurricane and dodged the sword of flames that pierced through the wind. Lightning. Then, standing at the top of the hurricane, Seito reached out his hand and whispered to the wall of wind. Then, a bolt of lightning shot out from Seito's hand and attached itself to the wall of wind. It spun at high speed with the hurricane. Water. However, Seito didn't stop. He waved his hand again toward the sky. A stream of water suddenly appeared out of nowhere and fell outside the hurricane. In an instant, under the influence of the whirlwind and lightning, the falling water suddenly exploded. Droplets of water with electric light shot towards Jingjie of the Ministry of War like rain. Child's play. Jing Jie sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his hand and formed a psychokinesis barrier in front of him, blocking the large number of raindrops that were flying towards him. At this moment, the space behind Jing Jie of the Ministry of War trembled, and Ito Sei's figure suddenly appeared behind him. He waved his fist without any telekinesis to attack. Chapter 566. Seeing Sei Ito's attack, Jing Jie from the Ministry of War sneered. He casually opened a small barrier in front of Sei Ito and blocked Sei Ito's fist. Needle forging technique. Seeing that his fist was blocked, Ito Sei smirked and whispered. In an instant, an energy condensed like a needle rushed out of Ito Sei's fist and blasted on Jing Jie's telekinesis barrier. As the telekinesis barrier shook violently, an even weaker energy passed through the barrier and drilled into Jing Jie's palm. Humph! Jing Jie of the Ministry of War, who was attacked by this energy, snorted and pushed Ito Sei away with a burst of psychokinesis. He frowned and looked at Ito Sei's slightly trembling hand and arm. That attack just now shouldn't be a superpower, right? Jing Jie from the Ministry of War put down his palm and said to Sei Ito. No. Sei Ito didn't deny it and admitted it directly. You have a lot of strange methods, but they still won't stop me from killing you. Jing Jie from the Ministry of War sneered and used telekinetic energy on Sei Ito. Instantly, an incredible force enveloped Sei Ito's body and locked him in place. The difference in level isn't something you can make up for with your strange method. The Ministry of War's Jing Jie said. Once again, he opened his hand and took out a flaming sword. Then, he slowly walked towards Ito Sei. The difference in telekinetic energy is too great. Sei Ito furrowed his brows as he tried his best to resist the pressure. Looks like I can only use my anger to stimulate my power like the superpower users in this world. Thinking of this, Sei Ito ignored Jing Jie from the Ministry of War, who was approaching him, and closed his eyes. He used his psychic power to hypnotize himself. Have you given up resisting? Jing Jie from the Ministry of War said with a smile as he watched Sei Ito's telekinetic energy gradually calm down. However, as soon as his voice fell, a violent wave of telekinesis burst out from Ito Sei's body, allowing Ito Sei to break free from the suppression of telekinesis around him. Then, without hesitation, he used teleportation to escape from the Ministry of War's Jing Jie. Your tenacity is surprising. Jing Jie from the Ministry of War looked at Sei Ito with surprise. Your strength is also beyond my expectations. Ito Sei calmly looked at the Ministry of War's Jing Jie and said, What are you going to do now? Give up? Or continue your meaningless resistance? Jing Jie from the Ministry of War said, I don't have enough power to resist your telekinetic energy. Of course, I can't do that even if I have other advantages, Sei Ito said, but you don't need to be so smug. I'll come find you again soon. After that, Sei Ito's figure flashed and instantly disappeared in front of Jing Jie. The moment Sei Ito disappeared, Jing Jie from the Ministry of War, who had been calm all this time, suddenly grasped his chest and fell to the ground with a painful expression. Jing Jie. Seeing Jing Jie from the Ministry of War's situation, the flying mouse hiding on the side quickly flew to his side and called out with concern. At this time, in a forest in the Rubik's Cube world. Hello, Colonel Clarkson. Sei Ito suddenly appeared and greeted Clarkson, who was sitting against a tree. Who are you? Babel's superpower? Or a foreign spy? Clarkson looked up at Sei Ito. He asked calmly. Neither. Sei Ito smiled and then introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Sei Ito. Nice to meet you. Then why did you bring me here? Do you want to get information from me about the members of America's Special Superpower Combat Team? Clarkson stood up from the ground and looked at Sei Ito. Although I'm interested in those situations, I'm more interested in your superpower, Sei Ito said as he walked slowly toward Clarkson. Just as Ito walked in front of Clarkson, Clarkson's clothes fell from his windbreaker. A pistol suddenly slipped from the sleeve of Chris's windbreaker into his hand. Chris raised it in front of him and aimed it at Ito's head. Ito smiled and suddenly squatted down and disappeared from Clarkson's sight. Then, he grabbed Clarkson's wrist and arm, twisted his waist, and quickly stood up from the ground. He threw Clarkson to the ground, then removed the gun from Clarkson's hand and turned around to sit on Clarkson's chest. He aimed the gun at Clarkson's head. "Colonel, you're not good at physical combat," Ito chuckled. Then, he got up and left Clarkson's body. He used alchemy to break down the gun in his hand into a pile of iron shavings and scattered them on the ground. "So, Colonel, you'd better cooperate with me. Maybe I'll be kind and let you go to fulfill your promise." Ito clapped his hands and said. When he heard Ito's words, Clarkson, who had just gotten up from the ground, narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "What do you want me to do?" "It's simple. When I say start, use your superpower on me as much as you can." Ito smiled and walked back to Clarkson. He reached out and removed the superpower restraining handcuffs on Clarkson's wrist. But Clarkson was a soldier after all. When he saw that he was free, he immediately cast his previous thoughts aside and used the teleportation ability he had just stolen from Ito to leave. The next second, Clarkson found that he was still standing in the same place. He looked at Ito in surprise and asked, "How can this be? Since I know what kind of superpower you have, Colonel, how can I not be prepared?" Ito smiled and said, "So, Colonel, you'd better listen to my orders and do as I say. Otherwise, you may not be able to leave this place for the rest of your life, let alone fulfill your promise to that dying woman." At the end of his words, Ito stopped smiling and looked at Clarkson indifferently. Clarkson's expression changed, then he said, "I understand." Seeing this, Ito didn't say anything else. He directly mobilized his psychic power and set up layers of defenses in his mind. After all, this time he was going to come into contact with the LV7 psychic. If he wasn't careful, the other party could steal some information. Not to mention, he had the hypnosis ability in his hand. If he was careless, even the slightest mistake could be copied and used by Clarkson, who had upgraded his hypnosis ability to LV7. If that happened, it would be troublesome. After setting up the defenses in his mind, Ito used his psychic power to communicate with the Rubik's Cube. "Rubik's Cube, closely monitor my situation. If there's any abnormality, immediately mobilize the power of the world and interfere." "Yes," the Rubik's Cube replied. After everything was ready, Ito took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He said to Clarkson in front of him, "Let's begin." In the next moment, a strange psychic wave suddenly appeared around Ito's body. It slowly and gently invaded Ito's body and spread to his brain without triggering the human body's instinctive barrier. Then, Ito Masaru felt that the spiritual defense layer he had arranged on the outer wall of his brain was being gently probed by the strange wave, and the gap in his defense was being explored little by little. "Begin the replication." Seeing this, Ito immediately mobilized the psychic power he had set aside to move outside the special wave, quickly and carefully changing the frequency of the special wave. "Have you heard of this story?" Just as Ito was about to replicate the special wave, Clarkson's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Once upon a time, there was a park." Then Clarkson told a sad story. "Stubborn old man." Ito sneered inwardly. Apart from loosening his psychic barrier a little when Clarkson's voice suddenly appeared, he didn't feel the sad story at all. After more than 2 minutes, seeing that Ito was unmoved, Clarkson told another sad story. After 4 or 5 stories with different themes, Clarkson found that Ito was still unmoved. His psychic barrier was as stable as a rock. Clarkson's psychic wave changed, and the hypnosis ability he had replicated and upgraded to level 7 was instantly released. It mixed with the psychic wave of his psychic perception and invaded Sei Ito's brain, silently stimulating the changes in his brain. I knew it. Sei Ito also sensed the changes in his brain. He immediately mobilized the power of the world to flow into his body, turning it into a stream of clear spring water to calm the changes in his brain. At the same time, he also mobilized the psychic power he had reserved as a backup and moved it outside the hypnosis ability to replicate the frequency of the wave. As a result, it directly increased the pressure on Ito-sei. Things that could have been completed in 2 or 3 hours had been delayed for 5 or 6 hours. During this time, Clarkson, who saw that Sei Ito didn't do anything to him, tried to use psychokinesis, electrical discharge, and electromagnetic control to deal with Sei Ito. However, all of them were neutralized by the Rubik's Cube's power. Even his sneak attack was countered by Sei Ito's instinctive counterattack, leaving a bruise on Sei Ito's body. Knowing that his resistance was useless, Clarkson could only obediently use his superpower according to Sei Ito's instructions. He hoped that after everything was over, Sei Ito would be kind enough to let him go, or at least temporarily, so that he could fulfill his promise. After 7.5 hours, Sei Ito, whose forehead was full of sweat, finally stopped Clarkson and said, "Stop." Phew. Clarkson, whose face was a little pale because of the large consumption of psychic power, immediately stopped his superpower. His breathing was slightly hurried, and he let out a long breath. "Colonel Clarkson, can you forcibly raise all the abilities you copied to LV7? Sei Ito asked after Clarkson took a moment to catch his breath. "No." Clarkson shook his head. "I can only forcibly raise the abilities of the same kind as me to LV7, but the abilities forcibly raised are still much weaker than those of the same kind. As for other types of abilities, I can only use them as they are, or find a similar and more powerful ability among the copied abilities to raise the power of another ability." Chapter 567. I see. Sei Ito nodded in understanding. At the same time, he thought to himself with some regret, in other words, I can't use him to upgrade all my abilities to LV7. But thinking about it, if Chris could raise all the temporarily copied abilities to LVL7, wouldn't he be invincible? How would other espers survive then? Well, Colonel, you can rest here. As for the rest, I will arrange it later. Sei Ito said to Chris after erasing the regret in his heart. Then, without waiting for Chris to reply, he immediately disappeared in front of him and reappeared in the desolate area in the north. He closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, and began to analyze the mental perception fluctuations he got from Chris. Compared to the trouble of copying, the process of analyzing was much simpler. In less than 2 hours, Sei Ito had completely mastered the LV7 mental perception ability. However, the moment he mastered the ability, an extremely violent energy suddenly appeared in Ito-sei's brain, and it started to wander around his entire brain in an incomparably violent manner. F*CK, seeing the situation in his brain, Sei Ito immediately cursed in his heart. Since obtaining the 3 major abilities of teleportation, spiritual perception, and psychokinesis, Ito-sei, who knew that every upgrade would have such an effect, had already paid attention to his brain, but he still didn't expect the explosion of LV7 to be so strong. The violent energy generated instantly broke through several capillaries in the brain, making Ito-sei unconsciously dizzy. At this time, Sei Ito didn't dare to waste any more time. He directly mobilized the power of the world and poured it into his body through the top of his head. While dealing with the congestion in his brain, he also let the power of the world repair the damage in his brain. This continued for more than 10 minutes, one broken and one repaired. The violent energy finally calmed down a little. Then, after a few minutes of wandering in his brain, it slowly shrank into a ball and merged into the junction between the brain stem and the left and right sides of his brain, emitting clear energy fluctuations and transforming the brain tissue. It finally stopped. Seeing that the situation in his brain had stabilized, Seito breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his thought, the rapid growth of his mental power suddenly fluctuated violently, and he could clearly feel that it was increasing rapidly. The rapid increase in mental power caused Seito's head to swell with pain. Seeing this, Seito immediately endured the pain in his head. Using a special breathing technique, he quickly entered a state of emptiness, and faintly awakened his innate spiritual sense, and used the mental power cultivation method to organize the mental power that was becoming more and more chaotic in his brain. After a few hours, after a long breath, Seito, the changes in his brain finally stabilized. At this time, Ito-sei, who withdrew from the hollow state, slowly opened his eyes. Two silver lights that were inadvertently revealed by the change of mental power immediately shot out from his eyes, and left two slender silver lights in the air before slowly disappearing into the void. What a strong stimulation! With the current growth rate, within 4 to 5 years, my mental power will definitely suddenly reach the advanced stage, which is the world's standard. If I also obtain the LV7 telekinesis and teleportation ability, I believe that this time will definitely be brought forward, Seito said as he felt the changes in his brain. Now, I might as well take advantage of the situation and get the LV7 a hypnosis, as well. Seito continued to think. Then he closed his eyes again and began to analyze the LV7 hypnosis fluctuations. Since it was a similar ability to his spiritual sense, Seito, who had already upgraded his spiritual sense to LV7, was able to analyze it with ease. It didn't take long for him to completely analyze the LV7 hypnosis fluctuations and upgrade his hypnosis ability to LV7. Since you brought me such a big surprise, I will let you go. I will let you out as promised. Ito-sei got up from the ground and patted the dust off his butt. He thought to himself. Then his figure flashed and reappeared in front of Chris. Let's go. Seito reached out and grabbed Chris, bringing him back to the absolutely pitiful world. Now go and fulfill your promise. Seito reached out and patted Chris's shoulder. Without leaving a trace, he placed a spell on Chris's body and said softly, "Are you really going to let me go?" Chris looked at Seito with some surprise. "Of course I'm not letting you go. I'm just giving you a certain amount of free time to fulfill your promise. Once you fulfill your promise, I will naturally find you again and make you my captive," Seito said calmly with a face full of confidence. Although Clarkson's superpower was very powerful and he could temporarily take over the superpowers of the people around him, as long as he could find the right time and place to do so, he would be able to take him down easily. Even if Clarkson managed to copy Clarkson's superpower, Clarkson, who was at the same level but had completely different combat skills, would not be able to do anything to him. "Thank you," Clarkson said sincerely. "Go." Seito waved his hand dismissively. Then, his figure flashed and reappeared near the river where Chris had first come from. He found a place to hide and train. With the appearance of Clarkson, Babel's prophecy class quickly sensed his presence once again. Then, he mobilized all the elite members, as well as Ken Mark Gaia and Mailey Ford, and rushed to the river. Babel and the rest of the American team had learned their lesson when they arrived at the scene. Without wasting any time, they charged at Chris, who was standing on the riverbank with a thoughtful look on his face. To Chris, a temporary combat team like Babel and the American team was the most suitable. Borrowing the strength of the East to fight against the West Wall, and using the South to extinguish the fire in the North, he could take care of them in a few moves. But after all, Chris was there to fulfill his promise. Not only were there his former subordinates in the temporary team, but there were also people who he wanted to borrow strength from. Therefore, he only used teleportation to seal them in the wall and did not hurt them at all. "Captain, don't you want to fulfill your promise?" At this time, Takaman Koichi, who was standing on the shore and doing nothing, suddenly shouted. "What?" Chris was shocked. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Takaman Koichi. "We're finally here." The next moment, a red sports car suddenly stopped on the road by the shore. Then, Dr. Kenmu, who had a crab hairstyle, got out of the sports car and went to the back seat to open the door. He leaned out and carried out an old lady with an oxygen mask over her mouth. He put her in a wheelchair that Shikamiya took out from the trunk and pushed her to Takaman Koichi's side. "Xiao Yi," Chris called out when he saw the woman in the wheelchair. More than 60 years ago, she saved Captain Chris. 2 weeks ago, the colonel who came to Japan to take up his post visited her. He knew that she would not live for long. Her last wish was to see her hometown, which had sunk under the dam, again. She said, 2 weeks ago, the colonel who came to Japan to take up his post visited her. To fulfill this wish, she needed the power of a powerful superpower. So, she thought of using the power of Meili, who has the ability to control fluids, and Keiru, who has the ability to teleport. But to summon the two of them, something very important had to happen. So, she thought of running away. This way, the Japanese and American governments would take action. She also used Ken, who was in the front, to provide us with the information we needed. "I'm right, Ken?" Takaman Koichi looked at Ken Makaya and asked. "Oh, everything was exposed. What should we do, Captain?" Ken shrugged and said. After a moment of silence, Chris spoke again. "This is a very personal matter. I can't ask you to do it." "But Captain," Ken Makaya shouted. "Yes, this is our own decision. We won't cause you any trouble," Takaman Koichi shouted. Just as Chris was thinking, Keiru Akashi, who was touched by the story, suddenly burst out with a stronger telekinesis than before. In an instant, she broke free from the shackles and shouted, "Don't worry, we will help you fulfill your promise." Then, without waiting for Chris to speak, she freed Mei Yali and Amezi Naomi from the shackles. Together, they flew over the water and shouted excitedly, "Let's go, cowgirl!" Then, the three of them activated their strongest telekinesis and swept the water in the dam into the air. Seeing this, Chris knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he also activated the telekinesis and water flow control that he had copied from others. Together, they made the water flow into the air at a faster speed. A few minutes later, the water in the dam was swept into the air by the powerful telekinesis, revealing the soil at the bottom of the dam. Then, a shabby Japanese-style house with moss on the roof and walls appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Okinogami, who did not help, immediately moved to the side with the woman named Xiao Yi, who was standing on the ground, and then consciously stepped aside to give the two of them some space. At this moment, a light like that of a jewel in a dark room suddenly lit up. Then, the shabby house was immediately restored to its original appearance. At the same time, the old woman named Xiao Yi also returned to her appearance from 60 years ago. Ministry of War Kayasuk. Seeing this, Seito, who was also a LV-7 hypnotist, naturally knew what caused this and muttered to himself, "Thank you, Mr. Chris." Xiao Yi, who had returned to her youthful appearance, thanked Chris softly. "If you want to thank someone, thank everyone who helped me," Chris said embarrassedly. "Thank you so much," Xiao Yi said, looking at Clarkson with a happy smile. Chapter 568. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany and Burning Crimson Knight for their tip. Thank you to YSKYSK for your comments. That night, in the encampment of the Bell of Freedom, a superpower team from America stationed in Japan Ito-sei's figure suddenly appeared with a change in space. Over there. After closing his eyes for a few seconds, Sei Ito immediately turned his head and looked at the 3-story building in front of him. He then quietly sneaked over. Colonel, the Ministry of National Defense won't believe you. As soon as Sei Ito arrived at the building, Ken Mark Gaia's voice faintly came from the room. I know, but that's the truth. I'm ready to be judged by the country at any time. Immediately after, Chris's calm voice came out. Can we get some help from Japan? Meili Ford suggested. Judging from today's action, Babel's group seems to be easy to talk to, especially the director of those 3 kids, maybe. Clarkson began. Before Chris finished his words, Sei Ito felt the space beside him suddenly fluctuate. Immediately, Chris, Ken Mark Gaia, and Meili Ford, who were originally talking in the room, appeared not far from Sei Ito. We can solve it ourselves. Chris looked at Sei Ito and said. You reacted quickly. Sei Ito, who knew that he was exposed, didn't hide anything. He looked at the 3 of them and chuckled. Are you the criminal who kidnapped Colonel Chris? How dare you break into the station of the Liberty Bell? How dare you? Meili clenched her fist in front of her chest and looked at Sei Ito. Then, she suddenly opened her clenched fist and shouted at Sei Ito. In an instant, a pink telekinetic light enveloped Sei Ito's body, and a powerful force restrained his movements. Feeling the telekinetic power outside his body, Sei Ito immediately curled up his body. Then, using his own telekinetic power, he immediately broke free from Meili's telekinetic imprisonment. Then, he stretched out one hand toward the 3 people, and several lightning bolts flew out of Sei Ito's palm and shot toward Chris, Ken Mark Gaia, and Meili Ford. Seeing this, Meili immediately moved in front of Ken Mark Gaia. She stretched out her hands and a telekinesis barrier immediately appeared in front of her, blocking the lightning that was flying towards her. Colonel Clarkson, on the other hand, directly launched the teleportation ability that he temporarily stole from Ito-sei. He suddenly appeared behind Ito-sei and released several lightning bolts with his hand. Have you heard of this story? Sei Ito followed suit and immediately used teleportation, suddenly appearing behind Ken Mark Gaia, who had a level 6 clairvoyance ability. While waving his hand to knock him out and put him into the Rubik's Cube world, he began to tell a sad story. A long, long time ago, in a forest in the north of Europe, there lived a family like this. Oh no, I don't want to hear it. Meili immediately cried out with grief and indignation. Have you heard of this story? Seeing Meili's change, Colonel Chris immediately asked. Colonel Clarkson immediately began to tell an infuriating story. In a small town in a certain country, there was a policewoman named Mei Yali. She was sexy and beautiful, and at the same time, she had a pair of proud twin peaks. All the men in the town adored her. All the women were jealous. However, one day, when Meili was washing her hands in the bathroom of the police station, she suddenly heard these words. Meili, that woman's breasts are fake, right? Otherwise, how could they be so big? Mine isn't fake. Hearing the story, Meili immediately got rid of the influence of sadness and broke out with an even stronger psychokinesis, entangling with Sei Ito. Well, you are a colleague after all. You are very familiar with her likes and dislikes. Sei Ito chuckled when he saw Meili, who was just destroyed by him, suddenly burst out with a strong combat power. But it's useless, Sei Ito said and used teleportation to retreat a distance. Then, he pressed his right thumb on the back of the other 4 fingernails and flicked the smooth end of the 4 alloy bullets that suddenly appeared in front of his fingertip. Clang! 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 4 thin beams of orange light appeared in the corridor and shot towards Mei Yali and Clarkson, who were in the same line. Boom, 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 boom. The next second, 4 loud noises sounded in the corridor one after another, and a large amount of white smoke immediately appeared in the corridor, blocking Meili's figure. Then, a burst of Walla Walla sounded in the corridor, and a large amount of rubble fell from the walls on both sides of Meili's position, revealing the empty square outside the building. At this time, more than 20 heavily armed soldiers appeared in the square, pointing their guns at Sei-Ito. Then, space flashed and Colonel Chris, who was unharmed, and Meili, who was panting, with some black dust on her face and bloodstains on her arms, appeared in the middle of the soldiers. "Fire!" Colonel Cresson ordered. In an instant, a large number of bullets were fired in the direction of Sei-Ito. Seeing this, Sei-Ito sneered and used teleportation in front of him. Then, a blue and white light curtain appeared in front of Sei-Ito, swallowing all the bullets that were fired at him. Then, the blue and white light curtain that suddenly appeared behind the group of soldiers spat out the bullets, allowing them to hit the group of soldiers. Although the soldiers were wearing bulletproof vests, they only protected the torso. Therefore, under a large number of bullets, the soldiers who were shot in the limbs immediately fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Among them, there were a few unlucky ones who were shot in the neck and died on the spot. "Stop!" Seeing this situation, Chris, who had telekinesis to protect himself, immediately shouted. But the moment his voice fell, an orange-red beam of light as thick as 2 adults' arms suddenly cut through the night sky and bombarded the crowd. Boom! The explosion sounded like a missile attack in an instant, and a mass of fire mixed with black smoke immediately rose from the ground. A large number of broken stones and broken limbs sprayed out in all directions from the fire, making a loud noise when they hit the ground. Then, Sei-Ito used teleportation and instantly appeared in front of Meili, who was blown out of the fire by the shock wave of the explosion. With telekinesis added to his fist, he punched Meili's chest. Humph! Both of their telekinesis levels were at LV6, so even after the telekinesis added to his fist neutralized Meili's telekinesis defense, a powerful force still hit her body, causing her to instinctively let out a painful groan. Seizing the opportunity, Ito Sei didn't stop moving. While his left hand grabbed Meili's throat, his right foot hooked Meili's ankle from behind her leg. Then he moved his body and bent over to smash Meili's head on the ground. Bang! A muffled sound immediately sounded. A small crack full of cracks spread out in all directions from the back of Meili's head as the center. Then Sei-Ito's ability changed and directly used his LV6 electric discharge ability to electrocute Meili. Meili, whose telekinesis defense was shaken by the impact, immediately let out a painful scream under the electric shock. After a moment, her eyes rolled back and she completely fainted. Seeing this, Sei-Ito moved his mind and also put Meili into the Rubik's Cube world. "Now you're the only one left, Colonel Clarkson." Sei-Ito straightened up, turned to look at Colonel Clarkson and said, "Now you're going to follow me obediently. Or are you going to be forcefully taken away by me? If you can, then come." Colonel Clarkson said in a deep voice. "TSK." Sei-Ito heard this and immediately used instant transmission to appear behind Colonel Clarkson. However, at this time, Clarkson's figure disappeared and also used instant transmission to disappear in front of Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito sensed slightly and immediately found the trajectory of Clarkson's teleportation. Then, he used instant transmission and appeared there together with Clarkson. Seeing Sei-Ito appear beside him, Clarkson's pupils shrank and used instant transmission again. Ito Sei on the side did not hesitate and also used instant transmission to track them. Just like this, the two of them quickly shuttled through the base of the Mei Nation's supernatural forces stationed in Japan. However, the result was the same every time, no matter how Clarkson teleported. Ito Chengdu appeared with him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Too troublesome. Seeing that Clarkson was planning to run again, Sei-Ito felt a little annoyed and decided not to be stingy with his psychic energy. He completely released his powerful psychic energy and covered the entire base of the supernatural forces. Then, His psychic energy fluctuated violently and disrupted all the spatial points within the range. Unprepared, Clarkson hurriedly used instant transmission and directly embedded himself in the ground, leaving only an arm, legs, and 5 eyes on the ground. Capture complete. Ito-sei activated Shrink and appeared in front of Clarkson. He bent down and cuffed Clarkson's wrists with the superpower restraining handcuff. Then, the Rubik's Cube world opened and sucked Clarkson and the cement ground into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Ito leaped and flew above the base of the supernatural forces. He stretched out his hands and gathered a large ball of lightning and threw it down into the base below. The ball of lightning slowly fell into the base of the supernatural forces. The moment it touched the ground, it exploded and turned into countless lightning bolts of varying thickness that bombarded the buildings in the base. A series of explosions immediately sounded from the base, echoing in the night sky. Seeing this, Ito did not stay any longer. He turned around and flew away at high speed. Not long after he left, a large number of police cars, fire trucks, and Babel's armed helicopters arrived at the base, which had already turned into a sea of fire, and began to rescue the base. On the other side, Ito found a relatively hidden place and returned to the Rubik's Cube world. Without wasting any time, he directly threw Ken Mark Gaia, Mailey Ford, and Clarkson into a large prison and locked them up in single cells. Then, he returned to the room in the central area and continued to cultivate his psychic energy. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. This morning, Ito, who reappeared in the absolute pitiful world, did not wait outside the Babel building as usual. Instead, he went straight to the Rubik's Benmu Elementary School and found the principal of the school. He used hypnotism to obtain a teaching qualification in the school and taught all the 4th grade students about nature. The wooden sliding door was opened from the outside. Then, Ito, who was dressed as a teacher and had a pair of flat glasses on his face, changed his appearance to that of a 20-something years old. He looked very gentlemanly, and the head teacher of the 4th grade class 3 walked into the classroom together with a female teacher. The female teacher walked to the front of the podium, pressed her hands on the podium, and looked at the students in front of her and said, "Students, from today onwards, the science class will be taught by this teacher." Then, the female teacher turned her head and looked at Ito, who was standing by the door, and said, "Mr. Ito, please come up and introduce yourself to everyone." "Okay." Ito looked up and gently pushed the glasses on his face with a smile. Then, he slowly walked to the podium that the female teacher gave up. He reached out and picked up the chalk in the chalk box, turned around, and wrote his name on the blackboard with a few strokes. Then, he turned back to the elementary school students and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am the new nature teacher. My name is Ito, please take care of me in the future." "Yes." The elementary school students replied in a sparse voice. "Mr. Ito, I won't disturb your class anymore. I'll take my leave first." Seeing that Ito had finished introducing himself to the students in her class, the female teacher said, "Okay, thank you, Mr. XXX. Ito smiled and thanked her. "It's nothing." The female teacher smiled and shook her head. Then, she turned around and opened the sliding door, turned around and walked out. Before she left, she closed the sliding door again. "Before the class, I would like to introduce myself to the students so that I can get to know everyone," Ito said. Then, he turned his head and looked at the female student in the first row by the window on his right. "Let's start with you." "Yes, Mr. Ito," the female student replied. Then, she stood up from her seat and introduced herself. "I am Iwasa Shai. I am Ueda Mo. I am Kaoru Akashi." Kaoru Akashi, who was at the end of the first row, stood up and said loudly, "I am Oki Nogami." Oki Nogami, who was sitting next to Kaoru Akashi, stood up and said, "I am Mia Zihue." After 2 more rounds, Mia Zihue stood up and introduced herself. Then, there were 2 more rounds. Ito memorized the names and appearances of all the students in the class. Now, let's officially start the class. Students, please turn to page 43. After the self-introduction, Ito pretended to open the teaching materials and began his lecture. Chapter 569. Although Ito had never been a teacher before, he had seen a pig run before. Imitating the teachers on TV and in real life, Ito was very easy to fool a group of primary school students. Therefore, after the class, Ito, who was good-looking, amiable, and not inflexible in his lectures, was immediately welcomed by the students. He smoothly integrated into the class of Grade 4 Class 3. After the class, seeing Ito leave the classroom, Sanokamiya asked Okinogami, who was sitting beside her, "Kwai, did you have a strange feeling when we were in the science class?" "No, what's wrong?" Okinogami looked at Sanokamiya strangely. "What about Kaoru?" Sanokamiya did not immediately answer Okinogami's question. Instead, she looked at Kaoru Akashi, who was sitting at the table. "Me neither." Kaoru Akashi shook her head. "What's wrong?" Okinogami asked again. "Maybe it's my illusion. When we were in the class, I kept having the feeling that I was being watched and surrounded by something." Sanokamiya frowned and said, "I didn't feel it." Okinogami shook her head and looked at Kaoru Akashi. "Me too," Kaoru Akashi said. Then she looked at Sanokamiya with a smile and said, "Maybe it's your illusion. Have you reached the age of being sentimental?" With Kaoru Akashi's help, Sanokamiya did not dwell on the feeling she had just now. She smiled and watched Kaoru Akashi and Kono Higashida quarrel. The next day, that feeling appeared again. In Ito's science class, Sanokamiya whispered to Okinogami, who was sitting beside her, with a strange expression. "Really?" Okinogami raised her hand and pushed the glasses on her face up. She closed her eyes and sensed it. After a while, she opened her eyes and whispered to Sanokamiya, "I still don't feel it." "Hikari, what are you guys talking about?" Akashi Kaoru, who saw Okinogami and Hikari whispering to each other, asked. "Nogami-kue, Akashi Kaoru, Miyazihue, what are you 3 doing?" Ito stopped moving and looked at the 3 with a smile. "We were just talking about it. Teacher, your story is so vivid." Hearing their names being called, the 3 of them immediately stood up from their seat. Among them, Zihue Miyagi lied calmly. "Yes. Teacher's lecture is too good," Nogami Kwai said with a dry smile. "What about you, Akashi Kaoru?" Ito asked Akashi Kaoru, who was rubbing the back of her head. Right, I don't really understand what the teacher is talking about, so I want to ask Nogami and Mia for guidance." Akashi Kaoru stuttered for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. He said loudly, "Is that so?" Ito shifted his gaze to Ogami Kwai and Mia Zihue. Yes. Nogami Kwai and Mia Zihue quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay then, I'll let it go this time. But in the future, if you don't understand something, just ask me directly. Don't whisper to each other." Ito looked at Akashi Kaoru and said, "Yes, teacher." Akashi Kaoru quickly responded. "As for Nogami and Mia Zihue, although you said that my lesson was very vivid and made me feel very happy, this can't cover up the fact that you disturbed the other students. So, apologize to everyone." Ito said. "Yes." Nogami Kwai and Mia Zihue responded, then apologized to the whole class. "Sorry." "Okay. You 2 sit down, don't disturb the other students," Ito said after seeing that the 2 had finished apologizing. "Yes, teacher." The 2 quickly responded, then returned to their seats with Akashi Kaoru. They looked at each other, quietly exhaled, and relaxed. After the commotion, Chiaki Mitsuya forgot about the special feeling she had just experienced. Then, the 3rd day, the 4th day, the 5th day. Just like that, Sei-Ito became a nature teacher in Prefectural Roppongi Elementary School for a week. I finally recorded the daily psychic waves of the three of them. During the weekend, Sei-Ito, who was wandering around the streets because the students were on holiday, thought to himself, "Now, all that's left is the psychic waves when they use their abilities." That's... At this moment, the figures of a boy and a girl flashed through the crowd. Although the two figures disappeared very quickly, almost in an instant, the girl's appearance still attracted Sei-Ito's attention. Then, Sei-Ito put aside his other thoughts and quickly followed. Soon, he found the two figures that caught his attention in the crowd. "It's really her, Mia Zihue," Ito-sei thought to himself after confirming the figure that caught his attention. Then, he immediately used instant transmission and suddenly appeared beside Chiaki Mitsuya. Before she could react, he grabbed her collar and quickly disappeared with her. "It's you. What do you want?" Mia Zihue, who was being teleported by Sei-Ito, stuttered. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you, I just need a favor," Sei-Ito, who was also teleporting, stuttered. After a while, Ito-sei, who had completely escaped from the crowd, finally stopped using instant transmission. Then he reached out and grabbed Shika Mitsuya's left hand and destroyed the ring-shaped limiter on her middle finger. "Give me your phone," Sei-Ito looked at Mia Zihue and said. Knowing that she could not resist, Mia Zihue obediently took out her phone and handed it to Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito took the phone and turned off the power. Then, he threw it into the Rubik's Cube world and blocked the internal communication device. "Okay, we're going to teleport again." Sei-Ito bent down and hugged Mia Zihue. Then, he activated his telekinesis and flew into the sky. "If you want to investigate, go ahead." During the flight, Sei-Ito, who felt a special wave invading his brain, lowered his head and smiled at Mia Zihue. "Because that's why I asked you to come here." "Why?" Mia Zihue, who could not detect any information at all, stopped using her ability and asked. "Don't stop. Keep using your ability on me until I think it's okay." Sei-Ito first asked, then said, "You don't need to know this. You just need to know that the more you cooperate with me, the sooner you'll be released." "I got it." Mia Zihue was silent for a moment before she agreed. Then, she activated her ability on Sei-Ito again. At this time, Sei-Ito, who had been flying for a while, suddenly used teleportation and disappeared in midair. After a few flashes, he appeared in a forest. Then, Sei-Ito randomly found a place for himself and Mia Zihue to sit down. Then, he silently sensed Mia Zihue's mental wave. "That's enough." After about an hour, Sei-Ito said to Mia Zihue. Hearing this, Mia Zihue didn't say anything and stopped her superpower. "Rest here. I'll send you back later." Sei-Ito let go of Mia Zihue's hand and smiled. "What's your purpose?" Mia Zihue asked when she saw that Sei-Ito was not going to do anything to her. "I don't have a purpose. I'm just interested in your abilities," Sei-Ito replied with a smile. "You?" Mia Zihue keenly caught a word in Ito-sei's words and said. "Yes, you." Sei-Ito answered with certainty. Then, he sighed helplessly, "But Ogami Kue and Akashi Keiru's abilities are too difficult to deal with. It's not as easy to deal with them as you are. Also, you have Kayasuk from the Ministry of War protecting you. With my current ability, it's really troublesome to deal with him." "We have Kayasuk from the Ministry of War protecting us?" Mia Zihue asked in surprise. "Yes." Sei-Ito nodded. Then, the two of them fell into silence and sat down to rest. After a while, Sei-Ito got up and walked to Mia Zihue. He extended his hand and said, "Okay, I'll send you back now." Mia Zihue responded in a low voice and raised her hand to hold Sei-Ito's hand. She stood up and let Sei-Ito take her back to Yodo City. A few minutes later, the two of them returned to Yodo City and appeared near the Babel headquarters building. "We're here." Looking at the Babel building not far away, Seito said softly. Then, he took out Miyazuhue's phone and handed it to her. Return it to its rightful owner. Thank you for today and goodbye, Seito, who saw Miyazuhue take back the phone, rubbed her head and said with a smile. Then, he immediately used instant transmission and disappeared in front of Miyazuhue. Now I only need instant transmission and psychokinesis. Seito, who entered the Rubik's Cube world from another position, thought to himself. Then, he returned to the room in the central area and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed to analyze Miyazuhue's superpower. Miyazuhue's superpower was contact sensing, which was an ability to trace information by touching and perceiving the psychic waves left on objects. It was an ability similar to spiritual perception. In terms of some characteristics, it could even be said to be a branch of spiritual perception. Therefore, Seito, who already had LV7 spiritual perception, didn't spend much effort to analyze it. He quickly completed the analysis and raised his contact sensing to LV7. At this point, Seito raised all the superpowers in the absolute pitiful world, except for reliance, to LV7. After finishing the analysis, Seito got up from the ground. His figure flashed and appeared in the prison, standing in front of Clarkson's cell. Bang! Itose reached out and opened the door to Chris's cell. He lowered his body and walked in. I need you to help me with something. If you do it well, I can promise to restore your freedom, and even restore the freedom of your subordinates, Mei Yali and Ken, Seito said to Clarkson, who was looking at him silently in front of him. At the same time, Itose sent a portion of his consciousness directly to the willpower in the void, mobilizing the power of the willpower to influence Chris's subconscious. Chapter 570. P.S. Thank you to 1577478860 for the tip. Under the influence of the willpower, Chris's strong mental defenses began to waver. He began to consider the pros and cons of agreeing to Seiji's request. After all, the willpower was able to influence a person's thoughts through their subconscious mind. This kind of influence was silent and traceless, so even Chris, who had reached LV7 with his psychic senses, didn't notice it at all. He thought that the thoughts were coming from his own mind. Seeing the slight change in Chris's expression due to the willpower, Seito flipped his palm and quietly held the ECCM in his hand. He activated his LV7 hypnosis ability, silently affecting Chris's consciousness from the outside. Under this double influence, Chris's already wavering mental defenses quickly cracked open, allowing Seito's hypnosis ability to invade and affect Chris's consciousness. At the same time, the willpower increased its influence, slowly influencing Chris's thoughts while continuing to break through his mental defenses. This made Seito's hypnosis even more successful. What do you want me to do? Chris, who still hadn't realized that there was something wrong with him, asked. It's very simple. Use your ability to copy the teleportation ability of the Japanese Babel organization's LV7 ability user, Okinogami, and then use it to let me record the changes in your psychic waves, Seito said as he continued to influence Chris. What's the use of that? Everyone's psychic waves are different. Even if I copy that girl's ability, by the time I use it again, it'll already be at my psychic frequency. I won't be able to get her psychic data at all, Chris said in surprise. What I want isn't anyone's psychic data. What I want is the core frequency that's encrypted and hidden in the psychic data, Seito explained. What? There's already a device that can detect the core frequency of psychic power? Chris exclaimed in surprise. I'm not relying on a device. I'm relying on this, Seito sneered and pointed to his head. How is that possible? Chris exclaimed in shock. Nothing's impossible. Itose curled his lips disdainfully and explained, in everyone's brain, There are a large number of unused parts and computing abilities. However, as long as this part is activated by special means, it can be used. Using special methods, the computing power obtained is several times greater than even the most advanced devices. Oh God! Hearing Sei Ito's explanation, Chris, who knew what he meant, exclaimed in disbelief. What do you think? Do you want to cooperate with me? Ito Sei looked at Chris and asked again. How can you guarantee that after we work? You'll keep your promise, Clarkson asked, regaining his composure. I can't guarantee. You can only choose to believe it or not. You know, you are still my prisoner. Ito Sei glanced at the prisoner's uniform Chris was wearing and said softly. As soon as he heard those words, Chris's head bowed as he began to think about his gains and losses. At the same time, Sei Ito activated his hypnosis ability. Using Xiao Yi as a blueprint, he constructed an illusion in Chris's mind and pulled Chris's thoughts into it. Under the influence of the prison's ECM facility, Chris, who couldn't use his psychic power at all, fell into the illusion without any resistance. Tempted by Xiao Yi, he walked into the house that had already sunk under the dam and lived the daily life that Chris had imagined. But just as Clarkson was about to indulge himself, a pitch-black hand suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed Xiao Yi, who was in the room, and lifted her up into the sky. Xiao Yi. Chris, who had returned to his youthful appearance in the illusion, hurriedly ran out of the house and chased after the big black hand. Plop! Just then, another pair of black hands suddenly appeared under Chris's feet and grabbed his legs. Chris fell to the ground uncontrollably. Then, more black hands emerged from the ground and grabbed Chris's body. He watched as Xiao Yi gradually turned into a small dot and disappeared into the sky. Xiao Yi. Seeing that Xiao Yi had completely disappeared, Clarkson cried out in despair. Do you want Xiao Yi? If you want, then accept my contract and become my subordinate. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in the sky, speaking to Chris, who was lying on the ground crying. What contract? Clarkson's eyes widened. He struggled to raise his head and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a black apple suddenly fell from the sky. It fell on the ground in front of Chris and rolled towards him. Eat it, complete the contract, and I'll return Xiao Yi to you. The ethereal voice said. Okay, I'll eat it. Chris roared. Then, like a worm, he moved his body to the apple and bit into it. Crunch! A crisp sound rang out, and the piece of apple that had been bitten off immediately turned into liquid. It flowed through Chris's open mouth and into his body. Ugh! Chris felt a lump in his throat. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. In the outside world, Chris, who had been in deep thought all this time, suddenly froze. His eyes suddenly became confused, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. Then, in the next moment, a deep light suddenly burst out. It flickered twice and then disappeared into the depths of his pupils. Only then did Clarkson regain his composure. Sir. Chris stood up and called out to Sei Ito. The ability to hypnotize people and mobilize the subconscious to create a realistic illusion is indeed powerful. As long as the person is immersed in it, they can achieve the goal of complete control. The only troublesome thing is that they have to know the secrets in everyone's heart. Although it can be said that touch and telepathy can sense the other person's heart, there are limits to this ability. It won't work on people with strong willpower or other special people. Sei Ito ignored Chris and continued to ponder. In other words, it can only be used on special circumstances or on ordinary people. What a useless ability. I don't know how the woman in the Dark Shadow Ghost organization brainwashed people in this pitiful world to the extent that they wouldn't even hesitate to commit suicide. It's really puzzling. Sei Ito thought. Then, he waved his hand and threw Chris's clothes to him. Okay, change your clothes and come with me. Yes. Chris nodded and took the clothes from Sei Ito's hands. He turned around and went to a nearby room to change. After a while, Chris returned to his black trousers, white shirt, black tie, a flesh-colored vest, a white scarf around his neck, and a black high-collared trench coat. Seeing that Chris had changed his clothes, Seito led him out of the cell and into the surveillance office. "Doyo, this is Clarkson, your new colleague," Ito Seiji said to Doyo, who was sitting in the main seat and eating desserts. "Ah, yes." When Doyo heard Seito's voice, she hurriedly swallowed the dessert in her mouth and stood up from her seat. At this time, Seito suddenly reached out and grabbed Doyo's chin. He pulled her in front of him and licked the corner of Doyo's mouth. Then, he let go of her and said, "The residue is stuck to your face." Yes. Doyo's face was red because of Seito's sudden attack. "Take this." Seito sat on the main seat and threw the ECCM wristband in his hand to Chris. "In the future, if I don't summon you, you will assist the management in conducting a second investigation of the prisoners in the prison. Get me their information." "Yes." Chris took the wristband and replied. "Doyui, when it's time to change shifts, introduce Chris to Tomiko and Junjun. Then, get Tamakawa Yumi out of the cell and have her follow Chris to investigate the prisoners. Remember, try not to let Tamakawa Yumi use her superpower to touch the prisoners. Let Chris do it." Seito turned around and looked at Doyui, whose face was still red, but who had raised his head again. "Yes." Doyui replied. "Okay, that's all I have to say." Seito looked at Doyui and Chris. Then, he reached out and grabbed a piece of dessert on the table. The moment he was about to put it in his mouth, he disappeared from the office and returned to the room in the central area. After swallowing the dessert, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to cultivate. 2 days later, it was Monday. Seito once again changed into a nature teacher and went to the prefectural Ropponmu Elementary School to begin his teaching career. There are so many invisible guards. It seems that my kidnapping of Miyazihue had a big impact. On the way to the teacher's office, Seito felt no less than 5 spatial anomalies. But this spatial camouflage technology is a bit inferior. The traces are too obvious. It's far less advanced than the large-scale spatial camouflage technology that will be mastered by the Ministry of War's Jingjia's Pandora organization 2.5 years later, let alone compared to the Black Sphere's stealth technology. I just don't know if Pandora has started their research on the other technology. I'm very interested in that technology. Seito thought as he walked into the office. "Good morning, Sensei Ito." A male teacher sitting in the office greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Sensei Morishita." Seito politely returned the greeting. "Oh, by the way, Sensei Ito, the principal is looking for you." The male teacher named Morishita was about to lower his head and continue with his work, but then he looked at Seito again and said, "Oh, okay. Thank you, Sensei Morishita." Seito was surprised when he heard this and thanked him. Then, he turned around and walked out of the office toward the principal's office on the top floor. Dang, dang, dang. Seito, who was standing outside the principal's office, reached out and knocked on the door. "Come in." Then, a man's heavy voice sounded. Click. Seito unlocked the door and pushed the door open and walked into the principal's office. After making sure that there were no outsiders, he closed the door and looked at the principal. "What's the matter?" Chapter 571. P.S. Thanks to Nickfinney 157747860 and Cute Girl for their tip. It's like this. Babbel's people have been investigating you for the past 2 days. The principal stood up from his seat and looked at Seito. "Is that so?" Seito frowned and thought to himself, "It seems that the kidnapping of Miya Hikari has attracted a lot of attention. I have to speed things up." "I understand." Seito raised his head and said to the principal, "You don't have to worry about that. Just let them investigate. All right, the principal replied. Then Itosei waved his hand, turned around, and left the principal's office. He walked slowly to the rooftop of the teaching building, locked the steel door that connected to the rooftop, and released Clarkson with a thought. Sir. Chris appeared on the rooftop and called out. Activate your ability, Seito said calmly. Yes, Clarkson replied and activated his superpower. Sir, it's done. Chris looked at Seito and said. Use your LV-7 teleport and open up a different dimension to take us in. Seito walked to Chris and ordered. Yes, Clarkson replied. Then he opened his arms and activated his teleportation ability, wrapping himself and Itosei in a special bubble and shrinking them into a different space in the interlayer of space. The moment Chris used his teleport ability, Okinogami, who was in class, was stunned. She frowned. What's wrong? Mia Hikari asked softly when she noticed the change in Oki's expression. I felt a strong continuous spatial fluctuation. Okinogami whispered, It's in the school. Is that so? Mia Hikari said softly. Then she suddenly stood up and said, Teacher, Okinogami is not feeling well. I want to ask for leave to take her to the infirmary. Okinogami was stunned when she heard Mia Hikari's words. Then she immediately reacted and covered her abdomen with both hands, lowering her head and pretending to be in pain. The language teacher immediately walked to Okinogami and asked with concern, Nogami, are you in pain? Do you want me to send you to the hospital? No need, teacher. Maybe it's because I ate something bad in the morning. I'll go to the infirmary and get some medicine. Oki pretended to be in pain. Really? The language teacher asked to confirm. Yes. Okinogami replied. Okay then. Hearing Okinogami's words, the language teacher didn't say anything else. She turned to Mia Zihue and said, Mia, please take care of Nogami. Okinogami Nogami and Nogami Nogami and Nogami Nogami Nogami. She reached out to help Okinogami, who was pretending to have abdominal pain, up. At the same time, when the language teacher wasn't paying attention, she secretly winked at Kaoru Akashi. Seeing Mia Zihue's wink, Kaori Akashi quickly put down the textbook in her hand and stood up. Teacher, I'll go and help. She didn't wait for the teacher to reply. She quickly caught up with Okinogami and Okinogami. She pretended to hold Okinogami's other arm, and the three of them walked out of the classroom. What's wrong? Just then, the limiter on Okinogami's left middle finger lit up and Koichi Norimoto's voice came from the ring. Oki said that she sensed a strong and continuous spatial fluctuation in the school. We're going to check it out. Okinogami replied. Do you know the exact location? Hearing Mia Zihue's words, Hiraban Koichi hurriedly asked. Wait. Okinogami, who was no longer pretending to be sick, closed her eyes and sensed seriously. She opened her eyes and said, Found it. It's on the rooftop. Got it. Find a place and wait. I'll ask the invisible guards to check it out. Koichi Norimoto said, and then cut off the communication with Okinogami. On the other side, the invisible guards who received the order immediately rushed to the rooftop. That's troublesome. Seito, who also noticed the arrival of the guards, frowned and whispered softly. He turned to Chris and said, Stop. We'll leave first and continue later. Yes. Chris responded and then quickly returned to reality from the alternate dimension and disappeared from the rooftop with Seito. The moment the two of them disappeared, several invisible people armed with guns and wearing specially made battle suits rushed up one after another from the door of the rooftop, the wall on one side, and the spare external staircase. Reporting, no suspicious person found. After a careful inspection, an invisible guard reported. Leave 3 people on the rooftop in case they appear again. The rest of you return to your posts and continue to protect. Koichi Norimoto's voice came out. Yes. Several invisible guards responded and left 3 people on the rooftop. The rest returned to the teaching building and continued to protect the students. 10 minutes later, when the others relaxed a little, Seito and Chris appeared on the rooftop again. There are still people here. Seito, who sensed the anomaly in the space, immediately released his hypnosis ability and hypnotized the 3 invisible guards on the rooftop. Okay, let's continue. Seito turned to Chris after dealing with the 3 guards. Chris nodded and once again opened his arms and activated his teleportation ability. He wrapped himself and Seito in a special bubble and merged into the crack in space. Shika. Okiogami, who was lying in the health room, was surrounded by Shika Mitsuya, Kaoru Akashi, Senri Hanai, and Higashiya Higashiya. Shika Mitsuya put her hand on Okiogami's body and asked telepathically, "What's wrong?" That spatial fluctuation appeared again. The location is still on the rooftop. Okiogami said telepathically, "I know." Shika Mitsuya replied telepathically, and then let go of her hand. She said to the other 3, "I'll go out for a while." After that, she turned around and walked out of the health room. She turned on her communicator and contacted Koichi Tashimoto, reporting the situation that Okiogami sensed. "Really? Wait a moment." Koichi Tashimoto's voice came from the limiter. "Shika, the 3 guards on the rooftop are in good condition. They didn't find anything unusual." Koichi Tashimoto said, "If the 3 guards are fine and didn't find anything unusual, then the only possibility is that there's another hypnotist among them." Shika Mitsuya speculated. "Or they have hypnosis abilities. Could it be?" Koichi Tashimoto was shocked. Then he said urgently, "Go back to Kaoru Akashi. I'll take care of it." After that, he hung up and contacted the other combat personnel. At the same time, Koichi Tashimoto, who had been waiting in the command vehicle outside the school, hurriedly picked up the metal box beside him and took his pistol. He entered the school through the back door and ran toward the rooftop. Whoosh! The door of the infirmary was open from the outside, and Mia Zihue's figure walked in from the outside. Ring, ring, ring. But in the next second, a rapid bell rang throughout the school, reminding the students that it was time for class. "Senri, Higashi, go back first. Kaoru and I will stay here with you," Shika Mitsuya said to the other 2 after she returned to Okiogami's side. "Okay then." Senri Hanai looked at Okiogami hesitantly and nodded. "I will help you explain to the teacher." Then she ran out of the health room with Higashi and rushed back to the classroom of Year 4 Class 3. "How is it?" After the 2 of them left, Okinogami immediately took off the blanket that Zhou Kai had placed on her, sat up, and asked Mitsuya Zihue. "Koichi Tashimoto has already ordered the invisible guards to investigate, but I have a bad feeling." Shika Mitsuya said. "What's wrong?" Kaoru Akashi asked with a puzzled expression. "They might have a hypnotic ability user. Although I don't know how strong they are, from the fact that the 3 invisible guards didn't notice, they should be at least LV4 or above. So, even if we send more invisible guards, it won't be effective." Shika Mitsuya explained. "Not to mention, they have spatial abilities." "Hypnotic ability, spatial abilities, you mean?" Okiogami guessed. "What?" Kaoru Akashi still didn't understand. Sigh. Mia Zihue looked at Kaori Akashi and sighed. She explained, "I'm saying that the guy up there might be Kayasuke from the Ministry of War. Only he has the ability to teleport and hypnotize, and he won't do anything to us after coming to school." "Kayasuke?" Kaoru Akashi shouted in shock. "What do we do now?" Okiogami asked. "Koichi Tashimoto told us to stay here and wait for orders, but from his tone, he might go to rooftop himself." Shika Mitsuya looked at Okiogami and Kaoru Akashi and said, "How can we do that?" "Let's follow him," Kaoru Akashi said hurriedly. She didn't wait for Shika Mitsuya and Okiogami to stop her and quickly ran out of the infirmary. Let's go too. Okiogami jumped off the bed and ran out of the infirmary with Shika Mitsuya. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly sounded on the rooftop, and then the door that was locked by Ito-sei was pushed open. Then Hito Koichi, who was wearing a suit, carrying an iron suitcase, and holding a pistol, rushed out. "It's you." He frowned when he saw that it wasn't Kayasuke from the Ministry of War, but Sei Ito. However, the gun was still pointed at Sei Ito's body. "I didn't expect to lure you out. Since it's like this, I'll capture you here," Sei Ito said to Koichi Tashimoto as he slowly came out of the dimension. "Don't move," Koichi Tashimoto shouted again. Ito-sei completely ignored Kimoto Koichi's words and directly launched instant transmission and appeared behind Kimoto Koichi, waving his hand and chopping his neck, knocking him out. As an ordinary person, you want to point a gun at a superpower user whose level and ability are unknown. "I really don't know what you're thinking." Ito-sei stretched out his hand to catch Tashimoto Koichi, who fell to the ground, and used hypnotism to continue to control the perception of the invisible guards around him. He took Tashimoto Koichi back into the different space, and continued to record the fluctuation of the level 7 teleportation. Koichi Tashimoto. A minute later, with a loud shout, Kaori Akashi's figure suddenly rushed out of the open door and arrived at the rooftop. Koichi Tashimoto. At this time, Kaoru Akashi, who saw Koichi Tashimoto, shouted. Then he looked at Ito-sei with a ferocious face and shouted, "So it's you. Let go of Koichi Tashimoto." "Koichi Tashimoto?" As another voice sounded, Oki Nogami and Shiki Mitsuya appeared on the rooftop. "It's you," Shiki Mitsuya said in surprise when she saw Sei Ito's face. She then looked at Koichi Tashimoto, who was in Sei Ito's hand, and asked, "What are you doing?" "It's little Shiki." Sei Ito looked at Shiki Mitsuya and smiled. "Do you remember what I said in the forest that day? I'm very interested in the abilities of the three of you. And this guy is just my insurance." Then Ito-sei gestured to the three of them with Terabin Koichi in his hand. "You bastard." Hearing Sei Ito's words, the impulsive Kaoru Akashi immediately raised her hand and was about to use telekinesis to grab Koichi Tashimoto. "Kaoru, stop." Oki Nogami saw this and quickly blocked Kaoru Akashi. "Oki, what are you doing?" Kaoru Akashi shouted. "Are you going to kill Koichi Tashimoto?" Oki Nogami stared at Kaoru Akashi like a little female cat. "Why would I?" Kaoru Akashi retorted. "Koichi Tashimoto is now in a different dimension. If you use telekinesis to break through that layer of protection, the resulting chaotic space will randomly teleport the three of them. Koichi Tashimoto might be killed in the chaotic teleportation," Oki Nogami explained. "Damn it." Kaoru Akashi slowly lowered her hand and cursed unwillingly. "Hey, what do you want to let Koichi Tashimoto go?" Oki Nogami turned around and looked at Sei Ito. "It's very simple. Just stand there and don't move. Wait until I say it's okay." Sei Ito smiled. "What do you mean?" Kaoru Akashi frowned and asked. "Listen to him. He did the same thing when he kidnapped me last time." Shiki Mitsuya walked to Oki Nogami and Kaoru Akashi and said softly, "It's very convenient with Shiki around." Sei Ito smiled. "But if you dare to hurt Koichi Tashimoto, we won't let you go. When the time comes, I'll make you suffer." Shiki Mitsuya stared at Sei Ito coldly. "Don't worry. Since I want to benefit from you, I won't hurt him," Sei Ito said. He then ignored Shiki Mitsuya, Kaoru Akashi, and Oki Nogami and focused on sensing the frequency of Koichi Tashimoto's energy wave. Just like that, more than 2 hours later, "It's done," Sei Ito suddenly spoke. Then, Kaoru Akashi, Oki Nogami, and Shiki Mitsuya watched as he left the alternate dimension and returned to reality. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.